Sorry.
Fine.
In the Swine Barn, we are just a couple of minutes away from getting started. So if you're in that first class of 18-year-old class 1, start getting ready at your pen and we will call you up shortly.
Chickens were here first. say we can go up here. I'd say go up there and get a seat up there.
Testing in the swine barn. Testing in the swine barn. Perfect. Here in just a minute, we're going to start calling for those 18-year-old class 1. We'll get started in just a couple minutes.
Children and 7 grandchildren. He has judged poultry for over 40 years and is a lifetime poultry breeder. He is now retired and enjoys spending more time raising poultry at his home. He currently has several Bantam fancy breeds that he is raising. He enjoys judging poultry and working with youth exhibiting today to teach them more about poultry and the poultry industry. Thank you so much, Tom, for being here today.
ahead and do first call for 18-year-old showmanship, class 1. First call, 18-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. Please make sure, swine exhibitors, you are wearing your numbers on your back today. Numbers go on the back. This is second call for swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 1. Second call, swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 1. Please make sure, swine exhibitors, you are heading to the far side of the barn, the southeast corner, to head up the ramp. This is the third and final call for 18-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. Third and final call, swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 1.
Our final poultry judge today is Mark Lang from Ridgeville Corners, Ohio. He's been judging for 29 years and judges 20 to 25 fairs a year. He was a 10-year Fulton County 4-H member and has bred and shown exhibition birds for 40 years. He currently raises black Cochin largefowl, New Hampshire Bantams, and Pomeranian geese. Mark is a past director of the ABA and currently runs a 100-head dairy goat farm. Thank you, Mark, for being here today.
if you are showing in swine showmanship, your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Final call. Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn.
My husband just put me here. I don't see very well, so he just sat me here. I think in front of everybody. No, you're fine for me. I don't see well anyway.
This is first call for chicken meat pen show class 5 on table 1. First call,
That's up there.
chicken meat pen show class 5 on table 1. Never mind on that first call.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. No, I'm gonna head back over.
Yeah, if you need to get in front of me, then I would appreciate that. Maybe when he gets down to my son's head, maybe I will. I appreciate that. That's fine. I'll just sit here by you. That's okay. Yeah, my daughter's not coming till the third showing.
This is first call, market chicken class 2 to table 1. First call, market chicken class 7 to table 2. First call, market chicken class 13 to table 3. And first call, market chicken class 19 to table 4. This is your first call.
So what grade is she in? Sophomore. Okay, great. Am I here to wait for just a minute? Are you sure? Okay, tell me if I am. Bop me on the head. So get out of the
Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn. Testing down in the swine barn.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with everybody here at the Wayne County Fair this morning. Looking forward to sworning for your showmanship here. That's something that I was always took pride in when I was in it, and a competition I think is ever important piece here of the Swine project. Kind of some things that I hang my hat on when I judge showmanship is I'm very big on critiquing. Like I want you guys, to come out of the gate strong. And that's why I'm having somebody else open the gate for you there, because I want you to come out of the gate rocking and rolling, just like anybody standing behind you would want to do when you're showing your hog in the junior show there. So I expect you to come in, give me some angles, be ready to rock and roll there, so you don't have to worry about closing your gate. And then once again, when you get out here, hit that drive, hit some open spots where I can see you there, and I'm going to treat you to try to make you better showman for tomorrow for your junior fair there. use of your hog. That's what I'm kind of big on. And I think when we get started here within this class, I think there's one that's been ultra smooth from start to finish. Kind of the first one to hit the open spots in front of me, to give me the angles of the hog there, and one that's just really fluid with their partner. That's the young lady directly in front of me there in kind of the peach colored shirt. She's going to go ahead and win this class. You know, I think for me, the young lady in red was a very close second. One I'd like to see kind of pull her extra offhand there up off that barrow. That's something I'm a little nitpicky on in showmanship. I like to see her keep it closer there and tighter to her body. Again, one, I'd like to see maybe that barrow has a little shavings on her belly we'd like to clean up. And then two, I think he's wanting to be just a little more stop and go as the drive wears on. But it's a very nice top pair of young ladies there to go 1 and 2 in our first class. The young man here, taking nothing away from the young man there in the light green shirt, is going to be third. One that's kind of really smooth on the whip there and doesn't get real riled up. But to me, at times that works to his disadvantage. I'd like to see him be a little more punchier, to hit that open spot a little bit punchier, maybe to get ahead of those girls to get an open spot, but another one that does a very nice job. The other young lady here with the blue bear is going to go 4. You know, one that is smooth and does a good job out here. I just kind of thought that she kind of floated to the outside surfaces a little too much for me. One at times, I'd like to change how she has her whip in her hand there. I'd like to change that and bring her elbow in there to her body, but I think, again, a very nice showman. The young lady here to my left is going to be 5. The other young lady with the Duroc is going to be 6. You know, two young ladies there that just didn't quite have partners that wanted to get out here in the middle of the ring and work fluidly for them, but still doing a very nice job at it. Give those kids a round of applause if they're excused.
This is first call for 18-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. First call, swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 2.
This is second call, market chicken class 2 to table 1. Second call, market chicken class 7 to table 2. Second call, market chicken class 13 to table 3. And second call, market chicken class 19 to table 4. This is your second call.
This is second call for 18-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. Second call, swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 2. This is the third and final call for 18-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. Third and final call, swine 18-year-old showmanship, class 2.
2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Halen Shar. In 4th place, Addie Beery. In 3rd place, Tenley Hubler. In 2nd place, Colton Brass. And in 1st place, Isaac Boston.
First call, Swine Showmanship, 17-year-old, Class 1. First call, Swine Showmanship, 17-year-old, Class 1.
Okay, we had in that class 2, we had some great chickens out there. Our top couple that I placed 1 and 2 just set the bar high for the rest of the kids the rest of the day. I've seen a lot of good chickens, and the biggest fault I've seen in the pens of 2 is in a little bit of uniformity. One bird would be great, and the other bird would fall off a little bit and narrow, a little bit narrow. Give these kids a big round of applause for all the hard work they've done.
This is 3rd and final call, Market Chicken Class 2 to Table 1. 3rd and final call, Market Chicken Class 7 to Table 2. 3rd and final call, Market Chicken Class 13 to Table 3. And 3rd and final call, Market Chicken Class 19 to Table 4. This is your final call.
This is second call for 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Second call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
I was joking saying showmanship, my vocabulary stays about the same because I think it's a repetition of the positive attributes that I'm looking for in showmanship. And again, I want somebody that comes out of the gate rocking and ready to roll there and to show off the animal that they're presenting to me. And I think there's one out here that surfaces to the top fairly easy, and that's the young lady in the black shirt there. Does a very good job driving that bear, knows where to put him in front of me there in the open spots. I kind of wish he wasn't so talkative there, but still a young lady that does a very nice job that needs to win this class pretty handily. The young man there on the far side with the belted bear is going to go second. I think that bear works pretty easy for him there. He does a nice job. One that might be a little too upright for me in his body language. I'd like to see him crouch down and be a little more intense there. But one I think follows our class winner in type and kind as far as being out there in front of me where I can see him and keeping that pig moving across the ring. The young lady here with the Duroc bear is going to be 3. She gets there in terms of eye contact. She's always looking at me and knows where she needs to be. Just unfortunate for her, doesn't quite have that partner today that wants to be fluid and be smooth on the go there to work her any higher. The young lady there with the belted bear is going to go 4. Another one that works really hard at it, keeping that guy moving. One I'd like to change how she's holding her whip there. I'd like to tighten in her elbow and make her whip motions a little more concise and smoother there. And I'd like to see her have a little more eye contact with me, but working hard out here. The young man with the belted bear is going to go 5. The young man with the blue bear is going to go 6. 2 of them there, I just like to see them and their partner be a little more in sync on the move. I like to see them a little more intense in terms of their eye contact and body language to work any higher today. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is the third and final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
Looks like they're missing a few pens in this one. I don't know, I could be wrong.
Would Robert Gowder please report to Table 2? Robert Gowder to Table 2. In third place, Clara Grimes. In second place, Cooper Freilich. And in first place, Dexter Hennico.
This is the first call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. First call, Swine Showmanship, 17-year-old, Class 2.
This is first call, Market Chicken Class 8 to Table 2. First call, Market Chicken Class 8 to Table 2.
The results from Swine 18-year-old Showmanship Class 1 are as follows. First place, Caden Scale. Second place, Reagan Gearhart. Third place, Landon Clark. Fourth place was Kylie Hayden. And in fifth place was Olivia Lewis.
Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 12 on Table 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In fifth place, Paisley Sproul. In fourth place, Leilani Wirtz. In third place, Kanan Stidle. In second place, Charlie Riggenball. And in first place, Jovi Charney.
This is the second call, 17-year-old Showmanship Class 2. Second call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. The results from 18-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2 are as follows. Fifth place, Cody Krug. Fourth place, Angela Mariola. Third place, Juliana Plessinger. Second place, Logan Hackworth. And winning the class was Emma West. This is going to be in final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Third and final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. This is a third and final call for Swine Showmanship 17-year-olds Class 2. Third and final call, Swine Showmanship 17-year-old Class 2.
Okay, good. No, you're fine. Excuse me. What grade is your son in? So my son's in 6th grade with 4 children.
By far the deepest class we've had so far today at Showman, and I know if you're standing behind a couple of them, you can definitely make a case of how they could win this particular class. But I think there's one for me that came out of the gate strong, and then when the crowd's going left or right, I think they're the best one to hit the open spot in front of me and to be doing something different. To separate themselves out from the rest of them there, where they're making a difference and standing out. That's the young lady here in the green. She's going to win this particular class. I think one that does a really good job weaving in and out of traffic there. I think that's where she gets the nod in this particular class. When everybody's kind of clustered up here in the middle, she's floating through them there or somewhere different in front of me where she's separating herself out and she goes out and comes back in and hits the right spot appropriately for me, and that's what gives her the nod in the young man there in the solid black shirt, or the dark shirt there, I should say, is going to go second. And another one that I really like in terms of his eye contact and smoothness there. Just at times, I thought he was a little too close to me there. I'd like to rock him back farther from me, just a notch. And I'd like to see him hit me with a couple more angles in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of him. We get another smooth showman there to go into second. The young man there that's having a hard time on the far side of the ring, he's going to go three. One that's worked very hard at it. Something that I'm not, don't have to worry about is he's a super tall showman, and I think he does really good in terms of looking smooth, in terms of his body language there, crouching down, hitting the open spots. Just unfortunate for him, that bear's wanting to tuck her out a little bit too much for him to work him up any higher in this class. The young lady here off to my left is going to go 4 in the multicolored shirt. One again that does a very nice, smooth job. But for me, one that's just a little too relaxed. One that I think floats into the crowd a little too much for me. One I like to see punchier on the whip, to hit those open spots and be more aggressive in terms of hitting her angles and her spots out here, separating herself from the crowd. The young lady there in the purple shirt is going to go 5. Again, one that's real calm and collected in terms of her body language and her mannerisms. But for me, in a particular class like this, with the depth of showman we got here, she just needs to be a little more quicker and punchier, to be in front of me, moving, get that bear a gear higher, to hit her spots out here in different angles. But again, a very nice class of showman. The ones that we dismissed there that fell out of the top 5, just didn't quite have partners that wanted to work with them, fighting the outside surfaces and not quite seeing the angles of their animals. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused. Neat class there.
This is second call, Market Chickens, show class 8 to table 2. Second call, Market Chickens, show class 8 to table 2. And placings for Chicken Meat Pen, show class 7 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Emily West. In 4th place, Brooklyn Pouch. In 3rd place, Law Dean. In 2nd place, Kayla Swine. And in 1st place, Brielle Boston.
This is the third and final call, 17-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. Third and final call, swine showmanship, 17-year-old class 2.
So let me see, I'll look and see if I see
Lucas
her
Gowder,
number
please
right now.
report to table 2 with your market chickens. Lucas Gowder, please report to table 2 with your market chickens. This is your final call.
I don't see her up there, so thank you. Good to see you guys.
Market Chicken Show Class 19 on table 4 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is being called. In 5th place, Wendy Johnson. In 4th place, Brady Seidel. In 3rd place, Ailish Whitmer. In 2nd place, Lola McNeely. And in 1st place, Cole Flinner. This is first call for Market Chicken Class 9 on table 2. First call, Market Chicken Class 9 on table 2.
This is first call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. First call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. The results from 17-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1 are as follows. 5th place, Zoe Baker. 4th place, Parker Clippinger. 3rd place, Colin Rouse. 2nd place, Blake Simmons. And winning the class was Addie Conley.
Coming back when her class comes, so.
Third and final call, Market Chicken Show Class 20 to table 4. Third and final call. And would Miles Robinson please report to table 4 for your class? Miles Robinson, this is your last call to table 4.
In their class, they were either tied for first or the biggest one in their group.
Second call, Market Chicken Class 9 to table 2. Second call, Market Chicken Class 9 to table 2.
This is second call for 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. Second call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
Yeah, they've never got higher than like third and like third. Yeah, second. Yep. Yeah, then you gotta be on priority.
It's hard to see when you're down low, isn't it?
Another high quality class to sort through here. And I think there's one from start to finish. You know, we talk about eye contact and intensity, hitting the gate strong, and also hitting their positions out here in front of me, separating themselves from the clustering crowd of them. That's the young lady here closest to me in the light blue shirt. You know, one thing I appreciate about her is I'm pretty sure her legs are as long as I am tall, and she's very good in terms of her body language and her poise there. You know, if you're a taller individual, she does make that look really smooth in terms of her intensity and how her body language and positioning is on that hog. Something that I don't have to worry about personally. You know, if I get critical, I'd like to wish that Vera wasn't so talkative for her, but one, I think, wins this class pretty handily. 2 and 3 is a closer decision for me between a pair of young ladies. And I'm going to go ahead and give a nod there to the young lady off my left in the dark purple shirt. Again, another one that hit the ring strong. She's moving out here in front of me. One, I'd like to just pick up her pace and speed there. One, I'd like to see her a little more aggressive and assertive in terms of hitting the open spots. Again, another one I thought followed suit in my class winner in terms of working towards it there. The young lady off to my right in the pink polka dot shirt is going to go 3. Another one similar in type and kind, very smooth out here. Again, I just like to rock up her intensity a little bit in terms of hitting those open spots in front of me. One that I kind of think fell back into the crowd a little bit too much to work her any higher. One I like to see just give her a little more punch and intensity as we compare to our class winner there to bump her up any higher. The young lady here in the orange shirt is going to go 4. You know, one that's got her barrel moving there across the ring. One I just didn't quite see enough angles to that one. One I'd like to see her kind of get out of the crowd and show a little bit harder and more assertive there to separate ourselves, to work her any higher. But one, I think she does a good job working at it. The young man here in the light blue shirt directly in front of me is going to go 5. You know, one, I'd like to change his body language there. At times we get a little too erect in our stance. I'd like to change his whip there so we can make that a little smoother and a little more concise and not as noticeable there when he's whipping around on that barrel. But again, one I thought followed kind in terms of having him out here and moving him around the ring. You know, the ones that fall out of the top 5, ones that didn't quite have a partner that worked for them, ones that are a little too erect and not quite intense enough in terms of their body language for me to work them up into the top 5 hole. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is 3rd and final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. 3rd and final call, 17-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 2 on Table 1 are as follows. In 5th place, Anna Hilty. In 4th place, Cody Steiner. In 3rd place, Kinley Porter. In 2nd place, Carly Rupp. And in 1st place, Elizabeth Copper. First call, Market Chicken Class 15 to Table 3. First call, Market Chicken Class 15 to Table 3. Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 13 on Table 3 are as follows. In 5th place, Shannon Steiner. In 4th place, Olivia Ballman. In 3rd place, Jakin Steidel. In 2nd place, Henry Carney. And in 1st place, Reed Beckel.
This is the first call for 16-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. First call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 8 on Table 2 are as follows. In 5th place, Bryson Couch. In 4th place, Caleb Neiman. In 3rd place, Mackenzie Sample. In second place, Corinne Goddard. And in first place, Brianna Boston.
This is second call, 16-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. Second call, 16-year-old swine showmanship, class 1.
This is first call, market chicken class 4 to table 1. First call, market chicken, show class 4 to table 1. This is second call, market chicken, show class 21 to table 4. Second call, market chicken, show class 21 to table 4.
This is the third and final call, 16-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. Third and final call, 16-year-old swine showmanship, class 1.
A nice class to end on in this particular age division. I think there's one that jumps out and just turns over being super smooth and having good eye contact with me and having their bear position where I can see it. That's the young lady here in the dark blue. I think she wins this class in terms of just being ultra smooth, calm, cool, and collected. You know, if I get nitpicky of her, I'd like to see that bear catch one gear higher so she can get out here and be a little more punchier to the open spots. But that's getting critical there of a very nice showman to win this particular class. The young lady in green is going to be second here. Another one that does a very nice job. One that's is a speed higher for me, which I appreciate. But at time to time, I kind of find her more going out too far to the outside surfaces. I think she gets a little rattled there when she gets in a pinch. And then one, too, I'd like to crouch her down a little bit and make her a little more intense in terms of her body language in comparison to the class winner to give her the nod, but still a very nice pair of showmen there to go 1 and 2. The young lady here in pink is going to be free. One, keeps her bear moving here around the ring. One, I'd like to change the whip she's using there, give her a shorter whip, more towards a 32-inch whip for as tall as she is there to make it more concise in terms of her mannerisms with that whip, but still a very nice showman that keeps her pig moving around the ring. The next is going to be this young lady here off to my right in the orange. One, again, keeps her pig moving. I'd like to give her a different whip so she'd have more control over it. One, I'd like to see her crouch down and be more intense in terms of her body language to work her any higher. But I think just in terms of maneuverability throughout the ring there gives her the nod. 5 is going to be the young lady there off to my left in the multicolored shirt. 6 is going to be the young lady here in green. Just 2, we can say the same thing about, unfortunately, the partners didn't want to come out here and work. Ones that had to fight the outside of the ring there versus being more in the middle of the ring for me. But again, very nice class. Give those kids a round of applause.
Showmanship, please report to the arena with your pay. Your class is entering the ring.
Can we have a first call for Table 2, Show Class 10? Table 2, Show Class 10, first call. Here are the results for Table 4, Show Class 20. In 5th place, Ellen Whitmer, sorry. And in 4th place, Ryan Johnson. In 3rd place, Austin Halper. And in 2nd place, Hayden Hatton. And in 1st place, Juliana Varner.
The results from Swine Showmanship 17-year-old Class 2 are as follows. 5th place, Kaden Lawson. 4th place, Elena Perman. 3rd place, Morgan Irvin. 2nd place, Emily Conley. And winning the class was Brooklyn Tarleton. Results from 17-year-old Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Hannah Smith. 4th place, Karis Marty. 3rd place, Haley Taylor. 2nd place, Haley McKelvey, and winning the class was McKenna Conley. This is first call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. First call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. This is also just a reminder that at the conclusion of 15-year-old Class 5, we will show for champion and reserve senior showman. That is after the conclusion of Class 5 of 15-year-old Showmanship. Swine Showmanship Class 2. Second call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
Again, out here in this particular class, I think calm, cool, and collected, and remaining, calm when there's a cluster or storm going on, gets you the nod in this particular class. That's the young lady there in the dark colored shirt is going to go ahead and win this particular class. One that's ultra smooth in terms of her turns, ultra smooth, getting that bear put out here in front of me. At times if I get critical of her, I'd like to see her pick it up a notch in terms of getting that bear out here and getting him going. But still, I think in this class, a very logical place to start. The young lady there in the Hawaiian shirt is going to go second. One that I thought when the class started really rivaled my class winner in terms of that eye contact and intensity and body language. She got herself in trouble in the traffic a couple times. I think she has a little a nervous tendency there to maybe whip on him a little too much than when he needs to be there, and in turn he's a little spooked out here. But still, I think one initial impressions got her in a second there. I just wish take a breath, calm down there. From time to time, we got a little whip happy in the crowd there with that Vera, but still a very nice showman to go into second. The young man here in the paisley shirt is going to be 3. One again, a very tall showman, and does a good job of staying crouched down there on him. Just for me, I think initial impressions, he was a little soft out here. One that I felt was a little too far to the outside edges at times. I'd like to pull him back into me, maybe make him a little more punchy and aggressive to get him shown out here, but does a good job. The young lady here in the orange shirt is going to go 4, one that's super smooth. I'd like to see that Vera pick it up a notch. I thought, but again, too, she was a little more to the outside surfaces there. I'd like to pull her in front of me there where she doesn't get lost in the crowd to work her up any higher. 5 is going to be the young lady there with the blue Vera. 6 is going to be the young lady there with the belted Vera. Just a pair of showmen that didn't quite have a pig that wanted to work for them. Ones that wanted to fight the outside surfaces. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Swine Showmanship Class 1 are as follows. 5th place, Bethany Gosser. 4th place, Annette Hemming. 3rd place, Anthony Seidel. 2nd place, Brooke Hershey. And winning the class was Hope Stoller. This is going to be first call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. First call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Second call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Showmanship, Class 3. Third and final call, 16-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. Over here in our swine ring, our judge for today is Tanya Fender. Tanya is from Lynchburg, Ohio, where she grew up and is currently a business partner on her family farm. Fender Farms is a 60-head sow operation that sells show pigs year-round to 4-H and FFA exhibitors across the country. In addition, Tanya works full-time for the Web Group, also known as ShowPig.com, assisting with everyday business operations as the accounts receivable specialist. She is a graduate of Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois, and the Ohio State University with a bachelor's degree in agricultural communications. She was a competitive member of both livestock judging teams. Tanya has shown pigs all over the nation and was a member of the National Junior Swine Association's Board of Directors, the National Swine Association, 4-H, and FFA programs. When not in the barn or at a show, Tanya enjoys spending time with her Courtneys, Jagger, Ruby, and Ellie Ray, and riding horses with our friends. Please put your hands together to welcome today's swine judge, Tanya Fender.
Here are the results for Table 1, Show Class 3. In 5th place, Megan Tenney. In 4th place, Lily Farnsworth. In 3rd place, Becca Hilty. In 2nd place, Ilya Stahl. And in 1st place, Katie Porter. Congratulations.
I think in this particular class, it's definitely been the tightest in terms of selecting first and second here than it has been in any previous class. I think it's a very close decision between a pair of young ladies out here that command your attention in terms of getting their marriage drove where I can see them there and outside of the crowd. I think within that pair, maybe one for me is just a little more aggressive on the stick. One for me is a little quicker to get to those open spots. Did she have the most perfect drive? At times to time, I think she was a little too far to the outside edges. I caught her going around the back there maybe once, but I think just in terms of intensity and being the first to the open spot, the young lady in the blue pinstripe is going to be one. The young lady here in the paisley shirt is going to go two. Another class, the top two there are very, very close. What puts that young lady in blue in second? I just wish she was just a notch more aggressive in terms of getting that bear in front of me. I don't think she was quite as sliced and dicey as the young lady that wins that particular class to get that bear to the open spot or maneuvering through traffic to get him out here in front of me. One I just like to rock up maybe a notch in terms of aggression to get him out here in the open spot in comparison to our class winner, but I think 1 and 2 very, very close placing in this particular class. Taking nothing away from 3 through 5, you just ran into a buzzsaw of young ladies here on the top end. The young man in blue is going to be 3. 1 for B, he came out of the gate strong, but as we got him in a crowd in a bigger class here, I felt like he kind of floated there into the crowd. One I'd like to see pick up his pace just a notch to get him separated from the crowd where I could see him better, but one I thought he hung in there very well with the 2 young ladies ahead of him. The young lady here in the black shirt is going to go 4. One, you like, she's moving, keeping that bear moving here throughout the ring. One I just kind of lost in the crowd there. I'd like to see her separate herself. I like to see her a little more intense in terms of her body language there for me to work her any higher in this particular class. The young lady here in kind of the paisley shirt is going to be 5. Another one that works really hard at it. For me, just a little too stop and go. I'd like to change the whip she's using and use a shorter, more sturdier whip there so she has more control over that animal. But a very, very nice top 5 here in this particular class. Those that fall out of the top 5, just ones that didn't quite have a partner that wanted to work for me. One's that I like to see, separate themselves from the crowd. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused. Very close stop pair there.
Kaden Endorf, if you are doing swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is getting ready to enter.
First and second call for show class 11. First and second call for show class 11, table 2. And could I also please have first call for show class 5, table 1. Show class 5, table 1, first call. Here are the results for table 4, show class 21. In 5th place, Isabella Narcia. Isabella Nardecchia in 5th place. In 4th place, Cash Coulter. In 3rd place, Weston Keniak. In 2nd place, Oliver Grimes. In 1st place, Aiden Varno.
This is just a reminder on the swine side. We will show for senior champion and reserve champion senior showman at the conclusion of show class 5 of the 15-year-olds.
Second and third call for table 3, show class 16. Second and third call for show class 16, table 3.
This is just a reminder for swine showmanship. We will show for senior champion and reserve showman at the conclusion of 15-year-old class 5. This is first call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. First call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. As a reminder, at the conclusion of class 15, a 15-year-old class 5, we will show for senior showmanship champion and reserve.
Again, but it's all through the cages.
This is Swine Showmanship Class 1. Third and final call, 15-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1.
Oh, look at that. She is. Oh, was that chickens?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for her.
A little more challenging class here to put together. I don't think necessarily there's one that jumps out and says I have to win, but we have a lot of very nice showmen in this particular class. I think for me, consistency is going to be the word that wins this class. I think there's one that's had a very smooth drive out here, very good at slicing and dicing through the traffic there. At times maybe wants to be a little too close to me. At times I catch her going around the back end of the hog there, crossing in front of me. But just in terms of having the most consistent drive from start to finish, this young lady here off to my right, the American black shirt, is going to win this particular class. Second's going to be a young lady there on the far end in the paisley shirt, and boy, when it's good, it's good. I love her intensity. I love her eye contact with me there. She gets some good shots and some good drives on that hog. I just wish I could see her more consistent throughout the drive. That bear's wanting to be a little sour on her, wanting to fight the outside surfaces. I wish you could give her a more consistent, smoother drive there because when I think it's on, it's on. But I wish I could see it more throughout, start to finish, in order to give her the nod in this particular class. The young man with the blue bear off to my right is going to be third. Another one calm, cool, and collected. I just didn't quite see him quite as aggressive as the two young ladies in front of me to get his bear drove. What I like to see pop out of the crowd a little bit more in comparison to those two, but one that does a very nice job. The young man with the solid black bear there is going to go four. Another one, working hard at it. What I'd like to see more intense in terms of his body language and eye contact. I'd like to see him crouch down a little bit more in order to work him any higher in this particular class. The young lady in the solid black shirt is going to go five. One for me kind of got on the outside surfaces, kind of floated in the crowd. Too much for me to work her any higher, but I think she does a nice job working hard to try to get him out here. The ones that fall out of the top five, again, didn't quite have a partner that worked for him there. Ones that got lost in the crowd to the outside of the ring. We just need to pull them in and give them a more fluid drive and work them up any higher. Give those kids a round of applause if they're excused.
Erica Schultz, please report to table 3 with your market chickens. Erica Schultz, please report to table 3 with your market chickens.
Well, I don't know that I was supposed to tell you that.
Placings for chicken meat pen class 10 on table 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Tyler Neiman. In 4th place, Eliana Austin. In 3rd place, Dylan Ramsire. In 2nd place, Piper Metz. And in 1st place, Annie Ungrier. This is first call, class 17 to table 3. First call, market chicken, class 17 to table 3.
The results from 16-year-old Class 2 are as follows. 5th place, Caitlin Zimmerman. 4th place, Brooke Compston. 3rd place, Jake Hellman. 2nd place, Madison Rupp. And winning the class was Delaney Dew. Results from 16-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Emma Nichols. 4th place, Daryl Mosley. 3rd place, Kellen Aiken. 2nd place, Joy Phillips. And winning the class was Georgia Persinger. This is going to be first call, 15-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. First call, 15-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
This is second call, market class 23 to table 4. Second call, chicken market class 23 to table 4. And placings for chicken class
at least. All right, I'm going to go help her pull stuff back, and then I'll be back and take you to the bathroom because I know that's where you need to go.
This is second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. Second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. This is going to be a third and final call, 15-year-old show class 2. Third and final call, 15-year-old show class 2. This is first call, market chicken, show class 5 to table 2. First call, market chicken, show class 5 to table 2.
I think in this particular class, the word that wins it for me is fluid. I think there's one that's been the most fluid from start to finish in terms of keeping their bear moving out here where I can see it. And that's the young man there in the green paisley shirt. He's going to get the nod in this particular class. One for me, like I said, it's kept him going, kept him moving, and kept him floating around the ring. If I would get critical of him, I'd like to tone him down in terms of his whip mannerisms. When I talk aggression, I don't talk about overusing your whip or having to whip him over all the time. Being aggressive for me is beating the crowd to the open spot in front of me and being the first one to hit that open spot in front of me there. And I think that young man does do a very nice job of that in this particular class. I just like to relax him in terms of his whip mannerisms and maybe take that nervous tendency out of him there if I was to get critical. For me, the young lady here in front of me in the bright, vibrant shirt is going to be second. If I get critical of her, that bear's wanting to be a little more stop and go. I'd like to see him get out, catch a gear, not be so stop and go and rocky jerky for her there in order to work her up into the first hole there. But one I think does a very nice and consistent job keeping that hog moving throughout the ring. The young lady there in the green striped shirt is going to go free. One I like in terms of her eye contact and her intensity. One that's too far away from me there. I like to see that bear get out, catch a gear, move around the ring where I can see him a little bit better. But I think does a very nice job. 4 is the young lady there in the purple shirt. For me, she gets too far forward on that barrow, and in turn that makes him want to be a little more stop and go. I like to bring her back there on the Hamline Junction, keep her at that spot more often. When I look at her there, she's wanting to creep up on the head of that barrow. I like to pull her back where she's not so far in front of me. From time to time, I do catch her swatting at the back end of that barrow too with her whip. We need to catch a gear. We need to get them there in their shoulder and armpit area and use their head as the go button. I'd like to just change where she's hitting that barrow ever so slightly to work her higher in this particular class. The young lady there in the striped shirt's going to go a 5. One for me works hard at it, but again, kind of loser in the crowd. That bear doesn't want to get out here and drive for her as well as the others that go ahead of her. The ones that fall out of top 5 want to fight the outside surfaces, fight the crowd there. Didn't quite have an animal that wanted to work for them, and 2 ones I'd like to change their whip there so they have more control over the animal to see them up any higher in this class. This is third and final call for market show class 23 to table 4. Third and final call. And with 80 to
15-year-old swine showmanship, class 3. First call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 3.
Left of me that she's on another pole. Her freaking belly's hanging out and everything. She looks like she kind of looks like a teenager.
Placings for chicken meat pen show class 4 on table 1
Yeah,
are
she's
as
behind the
follows.
pole now.
Please raise your hand when your name is being called.
Yeah, that's her.
In 5th place,
Yeah, I
Jade
was like, what in
Wheeler.
the hell are you dressing like that for, lady?
In 4th place, Hudson Smith.
Like a little hoochie man.
In 3rd place, Riley Evans.
Alright, I love this doing so.
In 2nd place,
told him-
Haley Shaw.
I told him that sorry, I guess you had better chicken. He goes, it's fine, I don't care. And I told him, I said, at the end of the day, these are going to sell for $1,000. He goes, yep. So I wanted him to do well because he actually get the interest back into this one. It's just like I feel like he's losing. I'm losing interest with him.
The results from 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 1 are as follows. 5th place, Mackenzie Cutter. 4th place, Riley Grochstein. 3rd place, Eleanor Davis. 2nd place, Eden Moore. And winning the class was Owen Bailey. This is second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, show class 3. Second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 3.
At the end of the day, that's to learn something.
So can that change?
You can take it off because it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while when you do something. Okay? You go up there and say, fuck mama.
Another nice class of showmen to work through, and I think we have several that worked their way to the top here, but maybe not one that jumps out and says, I have to win this particular class. And I think for me, the one that stays the most calm, cool, and collected is going to go ahead and get the nod in this particular class, and that's the young lady here in the light blue with the Yorkshire Hearing Barrow. She's going to win this particular class. One, is intense in terms of her eye contact with me there. One that's kept that barrow moving at a steady pace throughout this entire drive. If I get nitpicky of her, I'd maybe like to see her crank it up a notch and drive that barrow maybe a gear faster. Two, I'd kind of like to change her whip there, maybe get her a shorter one that's a little more sturdy to drive that barrow with. But that's getting critical there of a very nice showman to go on top. 2 and 3 again get very close. The young lady here off to my right here is going to be second. Again, another one that stayed very calm, cool, and collected. Just for me, one that just kind of floated to the outside surfaces, kind of got caught up in the crowd more so. The young lady that gets the nod ahead of her there. But again, one that stayed very consistent from start to finish. I just like to see her just a little more aggressive to get out of the crowd and get in front of me there to work up any higher. The young lady off to my right here in kind of the peach colored top is going to go 3. One that she is aggressive in terms of trying to get that barrow showed, but maybe for me just a little too much. I'd just like to calm her down a notch there. Just a little too jumpy for me. When I like to relax her there in terms of her whip mannerisms. That barrow's wanting to get a little spooked and a little push her to the outside edges a little too much. I just like for her to take a breath, be a little bit calmer in her mannerisms there. From time to time, I catch her popping to the wrong side of the pig and crossing over behind me there. Again, a very nice showman to go into 3. The young lady here in the flowered shirt is going to go 4. One for me stays calm, cool, and collected, moving throughout the ring there. Just one I felt kind of got lost in the crowd. One that I'd like to see just a little more intense in terms of her body language, a little more intense in terms of getting that barrow showed to work her up any higher in this particular class. 5 is going to be the young lady there in front of me in kind of the pink long sleeve you know, again, a bear that's wanting to fight the outside surfaces for one that I just didn't quite see out here in the middle of the ring, and not in comparison to those that go ahead of her. But, you know, again, those that fall out of the top 5 in this particular class have hogs that are a little too fast, a little too slow, ones that are wanting to fight the outgate there. I just got to pull them in here and give them a more consistent drive from start to finish to work them up any higher. Give those kids a round of applause if they're excused.
This is second call, Market Show Class 17 to Table 3. Second call, Market Chicken Show Class 17 to Table 3.
Sorry, baby. Sorry, you're bleeding. Hey, Ruby. You can just pull them over here and I'll pick them up and take them over. Yeah.
This is second call, Market Chicken Overweight Class to Table 2. Second call, Overweight Market Chicken Class to Table 2. Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 17 to on Table 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Sean E. Riggenbach. In 4th place, Mason Works. In 3rd place, Maddie Kate Wolf. In 2nd place, Lindsay Beeman. And in 1st place, Hannah Austin.
You can go hang around by the chicken place.
This is the first call for 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4. First call, 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4. The results from 15-year-old swine showmanship class 2 are as follows. 5th place, Brianna Ramsire. 4th place, Madeline Smith. 3rd place, Olivia Warren.
You wouldn't have had a bad wing.
2nd place, Charlotte Gaines. And winning the class was Kennedy Wolf.
Piper Henthorne, would you please report to Table 3 for your Market Chicken class? Piper Henthorne, please report to Table 3. This is your final call.
This is second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4. Second call, 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4.
Placings for Chicken Meat Pen Show Class 16 on Table 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Ruby Sword. In 4th place, Ariana Petrie.
Huh?
In 3rd place, Lucas
They
Nancy.
both got fixed. They
In
got
2nd
ribbons.
place, Elena Hilty. And in 1st place, Erica Schultz.
This is third and final call, 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4. Third and final call, 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4.
directly in front of me. One that's been very smooth, calm, cool, and collected throughout the entire drive. Him and that bear just kind of float throughout the ring there, and you can't deny that. You know, if I get critical of him, I like to make him a little more intense in terms of his body language. From time to time, when he wants to turn that bear wants to duck his head down and kind of bunch up a little bit. I like to see him a little bit more, take a wider turn to be a little smoother there. But that's getting critical of a showman that needs to win this particular class. Let's take nothing away from 2 through 5 because they're all a very nice showman. The young lady here in the solid black shirt is going to go to one that does have the edge in terms of her intensity and eye contact with me. Just for me, that bear wants to fight the outside surfaces a little too much. One I didn't quite see out here in front of me in the open spots as consistently as the young man that goes ahead of her there. She too won. If I get critical, I'd like to change the whip she's using there. I'd like to use a little shorter, sturdier whip there to have a little more punch and control over that hog. Still one does a very nice job to be second. The young lady there in kind of the brown shirt and directly in front of me is going to go 3. Just for me, you know, one, that bear is a little more down-headed, a little more stop and go and irky-jerky for her. I like to see that bear just get out and catch another ear and be more consistent on the move. But still, I think she does a very nice job there to slide into 3. 4 is the young lady here in the Ariat shirt directly in front of me. You know, one, for as tall as she is, does a very nice job staying crouched over there and staying intense. This one, I think, kind of got lost in the crowd. I like to see her more assertive to hit the open spots and keep that bear moving, but does a very, very nice job. The young man here off to my right with the belted bear is going to go 5. One that keeps his pig moving throughout the ring here and covers the surface. I just like to bring him in a little bit closer to me. I like to see him a little more intense in terms of his eye contact and body language to work him up any higher. The kids that fall out of the top 5 there just didn't quite have a partner that wanted to work with them, like those that go ahead of them to grab a place in this particular class. Give them a round of applause as they're excused.
Placings for show class 23 on table 4 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Parker Widner. In 4th place, Amy Davidovich. In 3rd place, Jesse Hanshaw. In 2nd place, Anna Brenner. And in 1st place, Elena Herman.
The results from 15-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Cohen Beery. 4th place, Hannah Coylan. 3rd place, Lillian Ritchie. 2nd place, Emma McDonald. And winning the class was Luke Wallenchuk. This is first call, 15-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 5. First call, 15-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 5. 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 5. Third and final call, 15-year-old swine showmanship, class 5. This is, as a reminder, at the conclusion of class 5 of 15-year-olds, we will then show for senior champion and reserve champion showman. That is after the conclusion of 15-year-old class 5.
Very competitive class here on the top end. And with that being said, I still think there's one that needs to win this class in terms of having their mare positioned out here in front of me the most consistently, being the smoothest there on the whip from start to finish. And the young man here with the blue bear directly in front of me, he's going to win this particular class. You know, if I get critical of him from time to time, I think he stays on the wrong side of the pig just a little bit too long for me. I like to see him change the sides, especially when we're off to the side of the ring here coming in. But still, I think one start to finish has been the most consistent and fluid, and having that hog positioned out here in front of me where I can see it there, never really gets rattled in terms of his mannerisms or body language. The young lady here in kind of the blue shirt is going to be second. You know, one, I think in the beginning I kind of lost her in the crowd, and then she kind of worked her way up there in terms of one of having that bear in front of me where I can see him. I just like to see her catch another gear. I like to see her just a little smoother there on the drive, maybe a little more stop and go than I'd like to see with that bear. And again, out here in the crowd, I think I had to let her work her way up there, because when we first got out here, I think she floated to the outside surfaces a little too much for me. The young man in the solid purple shirt is going to go 3, and I thought when he hit the ring, I'm like, he's going to be in my top pair. But kind of as the drive wore on, I kind of seen him float a little bit too far there to the outside surfaces. I kind of got lost in the crowd. I like to see him be a little more punchy to get positioned and get out here in front of me. And he too is another one. I'd like to change the whip. I'd like to change how he's holding that whip to work him up any higher in this particular class. The young man here off to my left in the multicolored shirt and then the predominantly black bear is going to go 4. One in terms I do like in terms of his eye contact and his intensity. Just unfortunately for him, I didn't quite have a partner that wanted to get out here, grab a gear, and drive for him. From time to time, I think I catch him a little too far forward on that bear, a little too close to the shoulder. And if you creep up too far forward there, that's what's going to cause that bear to be a little more stop and go and a little more rocky for him. I like to pull him back to stand in position at his ham-loin junction to get a more smoother and more fluid drive. The young man here in the red multicolored shirt is going to go 5. Another one, eye contact and knowing where I'm at's good. I just didn't quite have a partner that wanted to get out and go for him and had to fight him the entire time. Those that fall out of the top 5 there, the young lady there in the purple shirt was really close to catching top 5 for me. Just ones that bear wants to fight her the outside surface there. I like to change her whip and maybe give her a more sturdy one to work up any higher in this particular class. Very nice class of showman there.
This is first call for all market chicken first place winners to the holding pen. First call all first and second place market chickens to the holding pen. Placings for market chickens show class 5 on table 1 are
This is the first call for senior swine showmanship class winners in ages 15, 16, 17, and 18. First call for swine showmanship class winners in the senior divisions, class ages 15, 16, 17, and 18. The results from 15-year-old swine showmanship class 4 are as follows. 5th place, Carter Fox. 4th place, Cole Massey. 3rd place, Taryn Tate. 2nd place, JC Reed. And winning the class was Austin West. Placings for chicken meat pen show class 17 on table 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Mia Hennico. In 4th place, Olivia Welch. In 3rd place, Hannah Fraylett. In 2nd place, Nora Sword. And in 1st place, Brody Glenner. This is the second call for senior division class winners in the swine division. Second call, senior division class winners to the ring, 15, 16, and 17, and 18-year-olds. This is second call, all first and second place market class winners to the holding pen. Second call, all first and second place market chicken winners to the holding pen.
A good class to end on here in this particular division, and maybe just not one that jumps out and says, I have to win this particular class, but still I think there's one that's been the most consistent in terms of intensity and eye contact, and also keeping their pig moving out here in the ring. That's the young lady here off to my left. She's going to win that particular class. But you know, if I get critical at her from time to time, I think she floats a little bit too far to the outside surfaces. One, I like to see that bear just be a little more uphead and fluid on the go there, but still getting very critical there of a nice showman to win this particular class. The young man in the dark blue shirt here directly in front of me is going to go second. One that rivals our class winner in terms of control and consistency. Just for me, I'd like to see him a little more intense in terms of his eye contact and body language there. One from time to time he wants to stand up a little too much for me there. I just like to turn him up a notch in terms of intensity to work him up into the first place spot. The young man here with the blue bear is going to go third. Another one works that bear across the ring pretty easy. Just for me, a little more stop and go. Again, another one I'd like to see more intense in terms of his body language. Just want to stand up a little bit. Not too much for me and my personal preference. I like to see him crouched over with intensity and eye contact and showmanship for me to work him any higher. The young man here with the Hampshire appearing bear in the blue check shirt is going to go 4, and that intensity and eye contact is what gets him in that particular spot. You know, that bear's wanting to fight the whip a little bit. I like to change the style of whip he has there to one that's a little sturdier and maybe gives that bear just a little more control there for him, but still he does a good job working hard at it there to get the most out of the drive with that particular bear. The young lady in the blue shirt here directly in front of me is going to go 5. One wants to float to the outside surfaces there. One that I like to pull out and pull to the center of the ring to work her any higher. Those that didn't make it to the top 5 there, you know, just didn't quite have a partner to show for me today, but does a nice job working at it. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
15-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5 are as follows. 5th place, Alexia Reineball. 4th place, Noah Stall. 3rd place, Anderson Wolf. 2nd place, Jared Reed. And winning the class was Kinsey McKelvey. We are now going to show for our senior champion and reserve champion, senior swine showman. Coming out of the 17-year-old division, Addison Conley. Coming out of the 18-year-old division, Peyton Scale. Also coming out of the 18-year-old division, Emma West. 15-year-old division, Austin West. '17-year-old division, Brooklyn Tarleton. Coming out of the 16-year-old division, Georgia Persinger. 15-year-old division, Owen Bailey. Also coming out of the 15-year-old division, Luke Walenchuk. 17-year-old division, McKenna Conley. 16-year-old division, Hope Stoller. 17-year-old Laney Duke. And coming out of the 15-year-old division, Kenzie McKelvey. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for champion and reserve champion senior showman. This is also going to be first call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. First call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
I'm going to go look at the board.
This is second call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Second call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
A very deep division of kiddos out here. I'm very pleased with all of my class winners, and I think that they represented each one of their classes very, very well. And I know throughout each class I've said a lot of the same things, and I know that I sound like a broken record, but for me, showmanship is repetition of the positive attributes that we kind of drill into our kids, and we want to see in the older kids, and we want to see it throughout the rest of the day as our kids get younger here. I'm a true believer, you're going to say it over and over again, because repetition of the positive things is what makes your showman excel out here in competition like this. I think for me, there's one out here that is so consistent in terms of all the things that I've kind of talked about over and over again. You know, the one that's really intense in terms of their eye contact and body language, being aggressive in terms of hitting the open spot, so smooth in terms of their whip transitions and their turns, and always being slicing and dicing the traffic there, where I always catch a glimpse of their bear throughout the drive. I think there's no doubt in this particular division that the young lady here off to my left in the peach shirt needs to win this particular division. I think just like I said, in terms of being ultra smooth, yet aggressive in terms of her eye contact and body language, her and that bear are kind of in a tandem pair to float through the ring here, and I think that's where you need to start. From there, you know, the reserve of this particular division gets a little closer for me, but I think there's one that excels in terms of eye contact and body language, just maybe didn't quite have the partner that was in that smooth gear as comparison to the young lady that wins, but the young lady here in the light blue shirt is going to be reserve. One I got to commend her, like I've made a joke before, as tall as she is, her body language, saying crouch down and intense, I definitely commend her on that. I know that's no easy task as tall as she is, to make it look so natural there, and I think that's what gives her the nod to go ahead and be reserve. I'll have to make a few honorable mentions. For me, third out would be the young lady there in the solid the black shirt. Another one I really like in terms of her eye contact and intensity. Just for me, at times her bearer just got a little more shaky and jerky on me. One, I'd like to make it just a notch quieter and not talk so much out here in this particular drive. I just like to see him just be a little more smoother on the whip there in comparison to the two young ladies that go ahead of her. I saw a very nice young lady there to be in the third. You know, ones out here that we didn't use on the top end do a very nice job. Not quite as punchy to hit the open spots, not quite as aggressive to get out of the crowd where I can see them. But I'm very pleased with each one of these class winners coming out here and working hard. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Please report to the holding pen with your second place market chickens. Kuiper Mets, please report to the holding pen with your second place market chickens. This is your last call.
This is third and final call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Congratulations to your champion, senior showman Kaden Scale, and reserve champion Brooklyn Carlton. If you are doing swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring.
I might even get her a breakfast.
Swine Showmanship, Class 2. First call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Showmanship, Class 2.
What do you say?
I'm backing in there, sir. I'm backing in there.
What do you say about Paul?
This is a third and final call for 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Third and final call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
Competitive trio here, if you will, in this particular class, and taking nothing away for 3, 4, or excuse me, 4, 5, and after that there. But I think there's a trio of young ladies that work up in this particular class in terms of having the eye contact and the intensity there that we're looking for, and also having a partner that's staying smooth for them out here on the drive. And I think within that trio, I think the one that's got the most out of their drive from start to finish is the young lady here off to my right with the blue bear. She's going to win this particular class. You know, has she had the perfect drive? No. From time to time, she's wanting to cross over behind me there, behind the bear. I'd like to change how she transitions into her turns there and keep her on the other side of the pick from me at all times. But I think that's the one that's gave me the most angles there, and is the most fault-free in this particular class, and has got the most out of their particular bear. When I first started the class, I thought my class winner was going to be the young lady there in the black shirt, because another one, I do really like her intensity and her eye contact there with me. But just as the drive wore on, I think she fell into second place. Just in regards, from time to time, I kind of caught her a little too close to me there, a little too far off to the side for me there to get the nod in this particular class. And she too is one, I think, on her turns. We need to transition better there. She's wanting to cross over on her pig every so often. The young lady here in the orange shirt is going to go 3. Another one I really do like in terms of her eye contact and her intensity. Just for me, in comparison to the 2 young ladies that go ahead of her, that bear didn't get out the gear for her there. I'd like to make him go a notch faster. I'd like to see her just a little bit more punchier, hitting the open spots. I thought she wanted to float into the crowd on me just a little bit too much in comparison to the young ladies that get the nod ahead of her. The young lady here in the black shirt with the black bear is going to go 4. Again, one I really love in terms of her eye contact, her body language, and intensity. Just that bear for hers, wanting to be at a too slow of a pace. I like to see him catch another gear, go a little faster there to hit the open spots in front of me to work her any higher. The young lady with the belted bear is going to go 5. You know, one does a very good job working at it here. I just like to change how she's holding her whip. I like to change the type of whip she's using there to give her a little sturdier one so the pig can feel that on him there and be a little more responsive for her in terms of knowing where he needs to be and how he needs to move. I'd like to shorten that up. I would still she does a very nice job working at it there. The 2 that fall out of the top 5, I just unfortunately for them have pigs that want to fight the outside surfaces. Give those kids a round of applause. They're excused.
Was spraying. If you are doing swine showmanship, please report to the arena at this time with your pig. Your class is entering the ring.
Your reserve grand champion market chicken is Brielle Boston. And your grand champion market chicken is Isaac Boston. This is first call, market turkey, show class 1 to table 1. First call, market turkey, show class 4 to table 2. First call, market ducks, show class 1 to table 3. And first call, market ducks, show class 5 to table 4.
This is first call 14-year-old swine showmanship class 3. First call 14-year-old swine showmanship class 3. The results from 14-year-old swine showmanship class 1 are as follows. 5th place, Jocelyn Knapp. 4th place, Della Stoller. 3rd place, Olivia Madden. 2nd place, Brielle Burchette. And winning the class was Carly Rupp. This is second call, 14-year-old swine showmanship class 3. Second call, 14-year-old swine showmanship class 3. This is the third and final call, 14-year-old swine showmanship class 3. Third and final call.
another tough class here to sort, and I think there's a top pair of them that surface for me of doing the most out here and getting the most out of their drive. And I think the buzzword for me in this particular class is consistency. I think there's one that's been a little more consistent on the drive from start to finish, and that's the young man here in the blue striped shirt. He's going to win this particular class. You know, if I could change him from time to time, I think he's a little too close to me. He's a little too up on my toes, ever so slightly, but I think he's the smoothest one out here from start to finish, and has got the most out of the drive there from that particular Vera. I think the one that pushes him the closest for me is this young lady here with the black spotted barrow. I thought when she came out of the gate there, she was going to be hard to beat, but as the drive wore on, I think she had to fight with that bear just a little bit more there to get the drive out of him, and that doesn't bother me so much. From time to time, though, out in front of me, I caught her going behind that bear, crossing over behind him a little too much for me to deem ideal. I think that might be just getting a little rattled with it there when he was acting up, but I'd like to just change her transition there when she's wanting to turn and cross over there, and always keep that bear between me and her. 3 is going to be the young man here in the paisley shirt, one that works very hard at it, one that's very intense in terms of his body language. I just didn't quite see him working out of the crowd as consistently as the 2 that goes ahead of him. That bear just didn't want to get out and catch a gear for him there. I'd like to see him just go a little bit faster pace in order to work up any higher in this particular class. The young man here coming across the center of the ring is going to go 4. 1 again keeps that bear moving, just not as consistent to keep him out of the crowd, not as consistent to keep him out here in the middle of the ring where I can see him as often as the trio that goes ahead of him. The young lady here with the off-belted bear on my right there, she's going to go 5 again. Works very hard at it, just unfortunately that bear wants to be more stop and go and fight the outside surfaces for me today, but still a nice showman there working hard at it. I'd like to give her maybe again change her whip, give her one that's got a little more authority so she has a little more control over that bear to be able to work her up any higher. Give those kids a round of applause there as they're excused.
Handing out our awards today at our poultry show are 2 members of our Wayne County Royal Court. We have attendant Kaylee Molinar, and we also have our queen, Jenna Zimmerly, who would like to say a few words today.
So today is my dad's birthday, so if we can all say happy birthday to Mr. Chad Zimmerly.
Anneli Shiplett, please report to table 2. Anneli Shiplett, please report to table 2 with your market turkey. Anneli Shiplett, this is your final call to report to table 2 with your market turkey.
This is the first call for 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. First call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
This is second call for market turkeys class 1 to table 1. Second call market turkeys class 4 to table 2. Second call market ducks class 1 to table 3. And second call market ducks class 5 to table 4. This is your second call.
This is a second call for 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Second call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. The results from 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2 are as follows. 5th place, Mia Unger. 4th place, Landon Rouse. 3rd place, Lucas McFadden. 2nd place, Kaylee Zimmerly. And winning the class was Kane Mayers.
This is your third and final call for Market Turkey Show Class 4 to Table 2. Third and final call, Market Ducks Class 1 to Table 3. And third and final call for Market Ducks Class 5 to Table 4. And would Mackenzie Gentis please report to Table 4 with your Market Duck? And would Justin Nelson please report to Table 3 with your Market Duck? Justin Nelson and Mackenzie Gentis, this is your final call.
This is a third and final call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Third and final call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
A very nice class of showmen out here, and I think for me there's one that surfaces pretty handily that you got to gravitate to and grab onto to win this particular class. That's a young lady here with the blue bear in front of me. Intense in terms of her eye contact, yet ultra smooth in terms of her mannerisms and the use of her whip. Very smooth and in beat with that bear there, always slicing through the traffic and trying to get to that open spot, being aggressive for it, yet patient for it. I think you got to use that one in this particular class. Taking nothing away from the rest of them there. The young lady here with the belted barrow goes second for me. Another very good showman in this particular class. Just in comparison to our class winner there on the turns and in the transitions, that barrow wanted to duck his head a little bit and bunch up on the turns. I wish she was just could be a little bit more smoother in terms of her turns there, and so that bear is wanting to be a little more slower and not quite as smooth and punchy to get to the open spots. But I think that's a very nice pair of showmen there on the top end of this particular class. The young man with the wide belted bear is going to go third. Another one I really like in terms of his eye contact and intensity, not just as fluid on the go as the two that run ahead of him there. I'd like to see that bear float across the ring just a little bit smoother in comparison to the two young ladies that work ahead of him. One that I didn't quite see separating himself from the crowd, but does a very nice job to go ahead and be in the 3-hole. The young lady there in the green with the chromed up bear is going to go 4. One that works very hard at it for me out here. Just at times I kind of caught her clustered up in the crowd. She wanted to get a little bit to the outside surfaces, too much to me. And then in her transition, she was wanting to cross over on me ever so slightly. That's just nitpicky things about her to go ahead and put her in 4. Fifth place is going to be the young man here with the blue bear off to my left. Works very hard at it there. Just had one that's a little more stop and go. One that we couldn't see moving outside of the crowd as often as those that go ahead of him. Those that fall out of the top five. Some that we want to change the whips on. Some that we just need a better partner on to get out here and get moving in the center of the ring. I'll give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is first call, Market Turkey Show Class 2 to Table 1. First call, Market Turkey Show Class 5 to Table 2. First call, Market Duck Show Class 2 to Table 3. Your results for Market Turkey Show Class 1 on Table 1 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Lila Ramsire. In 4th place, Cole Martin. In 3rd place, Charlie Tenney. In 2nd place, Olivia Gosser. And in 1st place, Sam Ettinger. Placings for Market Turkey Show Class 4 on Table 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Weston Katanic. In 4th place, Aiden Russmeisel. In 3rd place, Juliana Plessinger. In 2nd place, Reed Beckel. And in 1st place, Cole Flinner.
This is the first call for 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. First call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. The results from 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Jacob Compston. 4th place, Abby Woolball. 3rd place, Caleb Mayers. 2nd place, Shaden Starlin. And winning the class was Sadie Way.
This is second call, Market Turkey Show Class 2 to Table 1. Second call, Market Turkey Show Class 5 to Table 2. Second call, Market Duck Show Class 2 to Table 3. This is first call, Market Duck Show Class 6 to Table 4. First call, Market Duck Show Class 6 to Table 4.
This is the second call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Second call, 14-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5.
This is second call, Market Duck Class 6 to Table 4. Second call, Market Duck Class 6 to Table 4. Placings for your Meat Duck Show Class 5 on Table 4 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Samantha Everhart. In 4th place, Jillian Johnson. In 3rd place, Rowan McIntyre.
This is third and final call, 14-year-old swine showmanship, class 5. Third and final call, 14-year-old swine showmanship, class 5.
A little more challenging class to work through here. We got some kids that just have partners that aren't wanting to give them a consistent and fluid drive out here. I wish we had some that had a better attitude for them. I think, though, within this drive, there's one that needs to win, and that's the young man here closest to me, the most consistent throughout the drive. Again, somebody for being so tall makes crouching over and being tense there look pretty smooth. If I get critical on him, that bears a little stop and go. He might want to crank his head just a little too high, and I like to see him just let it down a notch so that bear can get out there and roll. I wish he'd just catch a gear there and not be so stop and go on the drive, but still I think that's the one you have to gravitate and latch onto here in this particular class to win. The young lady here in kind of the multicolored paisleyed up shirt here is going to go second. One I appreciate in terms of her eye contact and her intensity. Just for me, she wants to float too far forward on that bear, wants to get a little too far up in his shoulder, and consequently that's going to make him want to be a little more stomp and go and a little more jerky out here on the drive. I wish you'd just get back a little bit on him and so he can get out there and go and grab a pace for her out here in this particular drive. The young lady there on the far side of the ring with the belted bear is going to go 3. One that I gravitate towards in terms of her eye contact and her intensity. I always see her looking at me out here in this particular class. Just didn't have a partner that wanted to drive for her there. More stop and go, more slower pace. I'd like to just see her get out here and grab a gear for me there. But I do commend her in terms of always looking at me and knowing where I'm at in the particular ring. Where I'm at in the ring. The young lady here in the orange is going to go 4. Another one you appreciate in terms of her eye contact and body language. Unfortunately for her, that bear is just wanting to give out on her, wanting to be a little stop and go and wanting to be slow. I just wish she had a partner that wanted to work with her a little better, one that had a little more gas in the tank than what he does to see her work up any higher in this particular class. The young man there in the white shirt's going to go next. Another one that works hard at it. Just didn't quite have a partner that wanted to get out here and stay consistent on the drive for him. Those that fall out of the top 5, same thing can be said. We need to change their whips there, give them a shorter, more sturdier whip so they have more control over their animal there to work them up any higher in this particular class. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is the first call for 13-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. First call, 13-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. The results from 14-year-old class 4 are as follows. 5th place, Bruce Greer. 4th place, Chloe Durstein. Third place, Olivia Suttle. Second place, Elena Plessinger. And winning the class was Jaden Tarleton.
Placings for Market Turkey Show Class 5 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Tristan Flynn. In 4th place, Trace Katanic. In 3rd place, Oliver Grimes. In 2nd place, Addison Flinner. And in 1st place, Lacey Ramsire.
This is the second call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Second call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. This is your first call for Market Duck Show Class 3 to Table 3. First call, Market Duck Show Class 3 to Table 3. This is your first call, Market Duck Show Class 7 to Table 4. First call, Market Duck Show Class 7 to Table 4. This is the third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
A challenging class here. We got some partners that just don't want to get out here and work for them. But still, I think there's one that's been the most consistent on the drive, keeping their pig moving throughout the ring. That's the young lady here in front of me in the vibrant colored blue shirt there. She's going to win this particular class. I just think smoothness and consistency gives her the nod in this particular class. I'd like to maybe see her a little more intense in terms of her body language, maybe a little more aggressive there in terms of her intensity, but still I think the one that's been the most consistent on the drive from start to finish to get the nod in this particular class. I think in terms of body language and intensity, the young lady there in the off-belted bear is going to go second. One, I do appreciate her eye contact with me. One, I think just too far on the far side of the ring there. Didn't quite want to have a bear that was consistent out here in the center of the ring, but she still does a very nice job at it. The young man here in the Berkshire appearing bear is going to go 3. Another one I really like in terms of her his eye contact there. Just didn't quite have a bear there that wanted to move for him there. He had to fight with that guy to get him out and get him on the drive out there here in this particular class. One, we just need to see more fluid there, but he does do a very good job working hard on it. 4 is going to be the young lady here in front of me. Another one I like in terms of her eye contact and her intensity there. Just didn't quite have a partner there that wanted to move. One I'd like to change her whip to, shorten it up, and give her a more sturdy one there so she has more control over that animal. The young man here with the wide belted bear is going to go 5. One, he's working hard at it, just didn't quite have that partner that wanted to get off the outside surfaces for him. And the young man here rounding out the class with the blue bear, just one that never wanted to slow down and smoothing out for him there. One I wish I could get a little better drive out of him. Always wants to be out here and on the go, and we appreciate that. I'd just like to see a little more control over him. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is second call, Market Turkey, Class 11 to Table 1, and second call, Market Duck, Show Class 7 to Table 4.
Ellen Holmes, if you are showing in swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is entering the ring.
Placings for Market Turkey Show Class 2 on Table 1 are as follows. In 5th place, Lane Ramsire. In 4th place, Madison Wade. In 3rd place, Maddie Kate Wolf. In 2nd place, Reese Gosser. And in 1st place, Dylan Ramsire. Placings for Market Duck Show Class 6 on Table 4 are as follows. In 5th place, Erica Schultz. In 4th place, Marley Snyder. In 3rd place, Elena Hilty. In 2nd place, Avery Everhart. And in 1st place, Darren Schaefer. And would Hayden Moses please report to Table 1 with your Market Turkey? Hayden Moses, this is your final call to Table 1 with your Market Turkey.
The results from 14-year-old swine showmanship class 5 are as follows. 5th place, Hank Morris. 4th place, Avery Kepler. 3rd place, Mason Mobley. 2nd place, Haley McLaughlin. And winning the class was Maddie Moran. This is going to be first call, 13-year-old swine showmanship class 2. First call, 13-year-old swine showmanship class 2. This is also just a reminder, at the conclusion of 12-year-old showmanship class 4, we will show for intermediate champion and reserve champion showman.
This is your 3rd and final call, Market Duck Show Class 7 to Table 4. And would Taylor Schwartzentruber please report to Table 4 with your Market Duck? This is your final call. This is your 3rd and final call for Market Duck Show Class 3 to Table 3. 3rd and final call, Market Duck Show Class 3 to Table 3. Placings for Market Duck Show Class 2 on Table 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Evelyn Gentis. In 4th place, Landon Chelsky. In 3rd place, Cody Steiner. In 2nd place, Gracie Clark. And in 1st place, Jacob Delisandro.
Second call, 13-year-old swine showmanship class 2. Second call, 13-year-old swine showmanship class 2.
Third and final call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Final call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
This is your first call for Market Duck Show Class 4 to Table 3. First call, Market Duck Show Class 4 to Table 3. This is your third and final call for Market Duck Show Class 8 to Table 4. Third and final call, Market Duck Show Class 8 to Table 4.
Great class of kids here to work through, and I think you have to gravitate towards the young lady here in the stripes right in front of me to win this particular class. I think she has the edge in terms of smoothness there, very smooth and getting that bear drove. You know, if I get critical of her from time to time, she's so focused on me and eye contact that she wants to bump into the crowd instead of turning before she gets there. But still, I think that's being a critical of a showman here that undeniably has to win this particular class. Taking nothing away from the young lady here in the purple paisley that goes second. She does a very nice job as well working that barrel. Just not quite as smooth on the drive. Wanting to get a little more clustered up in the crowd from time to time. And two, I think a nervous tendency. She gets a little jumpy on that whip ever so slightly. I just like to tone her down a little bit in her whip mannerisms and maybe tell her to, you know, anticipate where the crowd is a step ahead of the game in order to work her up any higher. And another one I have to commend again for being so tall and long-legged. She does a very nice job staying crouched down and intense there on the drive. Does a very nice job with that. I think from there, where do you go is the more challenging question. I think the next one there that you got to tie into is the young man here in the greenish blue shirt off to my left. One that's working very hard at it here, has some eye contact, has some intensity, just didn't quite have a partner that wanted to work for him there, one that wants to fight the outside surfaces a little too much for me in order to work him up any higher. The young man there off to my left in kind of the white striped shirt is going to go 4. Another one keeps that pig moving across the ring, but in comparison to those that go ahead of him, I just don't think that one's the most consistent on the drive. He's wanting to fight the outside surfaces a little too much, giving there a sturdy whip in order to have more control over that hog. 5 is going to be the young lady there in yellow. You know, started out the drive strong with some eye contact and intensity, but as the drive wore on, her partner there just didn't want to work with her, wanted to fight the outside surfaces, and those that fall out of the top 5 for me, you know, ones that didn't quite have a partner that wanted to work with them, I'd like to change their whips so they have more control over them there, but a very nice job. Give those kids a round of applause.
Lucas Shiplett, please report to Table 4 with your Market Duck. Lucas Shiplett, please report to Table 4 with your Market Duck. Third and final call, Market Duck, Show Class 4 to Table 3. Third and final call, Market Duck, Show Class 4 to Table 3. Placings for Market Duck, Show Class 7
First call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 3. First call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3.
Placings for Market Turkey Show Class 3 on Table 1 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Mackenzie Gentis. In 4th place, Tyler Neiman. In 3rd place, Lucas Shiplet. In 2nd place, Logan Gentis. And in 1st place, Brody Flinner.
The placings for the 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1 are as followed. 5th place, Becca Hilty. 4th place, Trevor Howman. 3rd place, Adam Raffsnyder. 2nd place, Savannah Lemon. And winning the class is Ava Andrews. Second call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Second call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Third and final call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3.
Hannah Lightfoot, if you are going to be showing in your showmanship for swine, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class will soon be entering.
Another class of kids out here working hard at it, and I think you got to gravitate using the young lady here with her dark blue Barra to win this particular class. One I think has the most control over her hog, is the most consistent there driving. I'd sure like to wish to give him a different attitude there, not make him not so talkative, and I wish he'd get out and just grab another gear for her there. He's a little slower pace for my preference, but still I think one you got to use to win this class pretty handily. Second for me is the young man there with the chromed up barrow off to my left. One on terms I like in terms of eye contact and intensity. Just had a barrow that was a little too stop and go for me there. One I like to just see get out here and go and grab another gear in order to work him up any higher in this particular class. The young lady there with the thin belted bear directly in front of me is going to go 3. One that works hard at it there, keeps you moving across the ring. Just for me, I'd like to change her whip. I'd like to give her a little more control over that hog. He's wanting to push out and go to the outside surfaces. I'd like to bring her in there to me a little bit closer and have more consistent on her angles there to work her up any higher in this particular class. 4th for me is the young lady there with the spotted barrow. One works hard for me, just wanting to fight the outside surfaces a little too much. One I'd like to bring in front of me a little more consistently in order to work her up any higher. Than the young lady there in the orange shirt's going to go 5. Same can be said about her, wanting to fight that barrow to the outside surfaces there. One I'd like to see drive just a little more consistently in order to work her up any higher. Give those kids a big round of applause as they're excused. Those there that fell out of the top 5 again had partners wanting to fight the outside gate and not quite get a smooth drive on them to work them into the top 5. Great job.
Placings for Market Duck Show Class 8 on Table 4 are as follows. In 5th place, Anderson Wolf. In 4th place, Lucas Shiplet. In 3rd place, Elena Herman. In 2nd place, Dexter Lenz. And in 1st place, Grant Rohr.
The placings for the 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2 are as followed. 5th place, Leah Hilty. 4th place, Cameron Crawl. 3rd place, Jacelyn Cherry. 2nd place, Dylan Ramsire, and winning the class was Emily Smith. First call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. First call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
Your reserve grand champion turkey is Sam Ettinger. And your grand champion turkey is Colt Flitter. Your grand champion turkey is Colt Flitter. Your grand champion turkey is Brody Flitter.
Second call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Second call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
Placings for Market Duck Show Class 4 on Table 3 are as follows. In 5th place, Presley Hoff. In 4th place, Eden Moore. In 3rd place, Jamison Gentis. In 2nd place, Joseph Donley. And in 1st place, Kennedy Wolf.
A very logical place for me to start in this particular class with the young man here in the lime shirt to win. I think one that's super smooth in terms of his mannerisms there, keeping that bear moving across the ring, does a very nice job there. You know, if I get critical of him from time to time when he's wanting to make a turn, that bear wants to stop and rock back on him there. I wish in his transitions and turns he was just a scotch smoother, but still does a very nice job out here in this particular class, and definitely needs to go ahead and get the nod to win. The young lady here in the paisley shirt directly in front of me is going to be second. You know, one I really like in terms of her intensity and eye contact with me there. I just didn't quite have that bear that wanted to get out and go on the drive. I wanted to be a little slower pace, a little stop and go, and consequently I didn't quite get it to hit the open spots as consistently as the young man that goes ahead of her. The young lady there in the darker green shirt is going to be 3. Another one that works very hard at it for me there. I like her intensity and her body language, but I wish we could correlate that just a little bit for me there in terms of getting that barrow out of the crowd and get him separated from time to time when she wants to turn and transition. She crosses over in front of me, but that's being critical of a nice showman there to go into 3. 4 is going to be the young lady here in the dark blue shirt. Again, one that I like in terms of her intensity. I just didn't quite have that bear that wanted to get out and go for us today. From time to time, I think she creeps a little too far forward on the shoulder of that bear, making him want to be a little more rocky and stop and go. I wish he'd just get out for her there and catch another gear, but she does a very nice job working at it. 5 is going to be the young man here with a solid black barrow. One that's calm, cool, and collected, but maybe that works to his disadvantage, just not quite getting out here and getting the drive on the hog in comparison to those that go ahead of him. You know, again, those that fall out of the top 5 didn't quite have partners that wanted to work for him today. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Placings for the 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Crete Wolf. 4th place, Elena Hilty. 3rd place, Neve Crowell. 2nd place, Hannah Lightfoot. And winning the class is Chase Wharton. First call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. First call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Second call for 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Second call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Third and final call, 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5.
I think a very close placing here, and the top pair showing in this particular class. I think what gets the nod for me, I think there's one that's smoother in terms of their transition. There's one that's smoother in terms of their whip mannerism there, and that's the young man here in the green. He's going to win this particular class. I think he's a smooth one there. that's, very concise about how he uses his whip. From time to time, I catch him maybe floating to the outside surfaces around me just a little too much, but still I think one that's been very smooth on the drive, and that's what goes ahead and gives him the nod here in this particular class. The young man with the blue bear is going to be second. One, that I really like in terms of his intensity there to get that bear drove, but for me, his whip mannerisms are a little distracting. I like to just tone him down just ever so slightly there on the use of his whip, and I think too when he goes to transition and turn, he gets a little jumpy on that bear. He gets to floating to the wrong side of the bear and cutting over behind me, and that's what puts him in second here today because I think that's a very top quality pair of young men to go there 1 and 2 in this particular class. Taking nothing away from the young man here in the dark shirt going across the ring. He's going to be 3, one that works very, very hard at it. Like his intensity and his eye contact. Just unfortunately for him, that bear is just not wanting to get out here and participate for him. He's wanting to fight that guy off the outside surfaces, but he does a very good job working hard at it here in this particular class. 4 is going to be the young lady with the Duroc bear. One, again, I appreciate for her eye contact and knowing where I'm at. Just unfortunate for her, that pig didn't want to work with her today to get her any higher in this particular class. The young lady here with the Berkshire appearing bear is going to go 5. Another one that always knows where I'm at in the ring. Just unfortunately for her, that bear's wanting to push to the outside surfaces where I can't get a good look at her today. But still, she does a very nice job. Those that fall out of the top 5, similar stories, change their whip and change the attitude of their partner there. They're just not wanting to get out here and have it today. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Your reserve grand champion, Market Duck, is Landon Wolf. And your grand champion, Market Duck, is Ty Rohr. Would all the market geese exhibitors please come back to ring 1? All the market geese exhibitors please come back to table 1. Without the goose.
First call for intermediates, 12-year-old swine showmanship class 1. First call, 12-year-old swine showmanship class 1. The placings for the 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4 as is followed. 5th place, Claire Grimes. 4th place, Charlie Seidel. 3rd place, Oliver Fox. 2nd place, Cooper Wolf. And winning the class is Bryson Castle.
We are now taking a 30-minute lunch break. The showmanship for poultry over Zoom at 12 o'clock. So see you back here at noon. And that is poultry only.
Second call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1. Second call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1.
The young man directly in front of me here with the chromed up bear logically needs to win this class. I think the one that has the most control over his hog, the smoothest there in terms of his transition, and the one that gets the most out of his drive. You know, if I get nitpicky on that one, I'd like to change where he's holding his free hand there. I'd like to bring it down so it's not as noticeable there and bring it down towards the side of his body. But still, that's getting critical of a very nice showman to go ahead and get the nod in this particular class. The young man here with the belted bear is going to go 2. One that I really like in terms of his eye contact with me there. He knows where I'm at in the ring. Just from time to time, that bear is wanting to be a little more stop and go. I like to change how he's holding that whip. And then from time to time, he too wants to get a little too far forward there on that bear's shoulder, and that consequently makes him want to rock back and be stop and go. But still a very nice showman to go into second. The young man there with the spotted up bear is going to go 3. I thought he started the class very strong there, very intense in terms of his eye contact. Just unfortunately, as you can see, that bear kind of ran out of gas and doesn't want to work for him there as smoothly as those 2 that go ahead of him. But I do appreciate him sticking with it there and working hard at it. Try to get the most out of the drive. The young lady here with the predominantly a black bear there is going to go 4. A one that knows where I'm at. Just unfortunately for her, that bear doesn't want to get out of the corner and move quite as well. The young man here in the purple in front of me is going to go 5. You know, another one. That bear is just not wanting to motor good out here in the ring. I like to see him be able to catch another gear and get out of the corner. And like I said, those that do fall out of the top 5, similar story. Ones we just don't quite see out here in the middle of the ring is often one that's got to fight the outside surfaces, change their partner, change their whips in order to see them any higher.
The placings for the 13-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5 are as followed. 5th place, Miles Robinson. 4th place, Georgia Ziegler. 3rd place, Case McKelvey. 2nd place, Trevin Krylo. And winning the class was Brock Shearer. First call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. First call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. This is the second call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Second call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. As a reminder, at the conclusion of 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4, we will show for the Intermediate Division Champion and Reserve Champion Showman. This is the third and final call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Third and final call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Gabriella Gaines, if you are doing swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is about ready to enter.
a very logical place to start here. And the young lady with the paisley shirt, I think she has the most control over that barrow. She gets the most out of this particular drive. I think she's been very consistent from start to finish. I love her eye contact and intensity. You know, from time to time, maybe I'd like to tone her down in her use of her whip, but still, I think that's being critical of a nice showing there to go ahead and get the nod in this particular class. I think from there it gets difficult. I think you can go a couple different ways for 2 and 3 here in this particular class. I'm going to go ahead and give the young man in the dark blue shirt the nod there. One that's really intense and tries to get that bear going out here in the middle of the ring. Maybe just a little more stop and go. And then just for me, from time to time, he's wanting to show on the wrong side of the pig there. I'd like to move him to the other side of the pig and not cross over as much in front of me as what he does, but still works very hard at it and does a nice job. The young lady there with the red belted barrow on the far side of the ring and the purple shirt's going to go 3. I thought that was a tough decision between 2 and 3 because when she's going out here in the middle of the ring, I really love her body language. I really love her eye contact, intensity. Just unfortunate for her, that barrow wants to fight the outside surfaces. I just didn't quite see the smooth drive on him. And there from time to time, she chooses another and wants to get up there on that pig's shoulder. And consequently, that makes it more rocky on the drive in comparison to the 2 that go ahead of her. But I do commend her for sticking with it there and working very hard at it. The young lady there in kind of the teal and green shirt is going to go 4. You know, 1 that bear's wanting to be a little naughty out here, but when she's driving there, she does a good job of keeping him moving across the ring, and I commend her for that. She's one there that works very hard at it. Just unfortunately, I didn't quite have a partner that wanted to behave for her out here in order to work her any higher in this particular class. The young lady in the solid white shirt's going to go 5. You know, 1 working out here, keeping that bear moving. I just like to see her more intense here, giving more eye contact there to work her up any higher. I'll give these kids a round of applause as they're excused. You know, ones that didn't make the top 5 or ones that had partners, ones that worked the outside surfaces, changed their whips, and maybe they're just ones we need to get a little better broke at home in order for them to get out here and get on the go when we ask them to. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
The placings for the 12-year-old Swine Show Class 1 are as followed. 5th, Brielle Boston. 4th, Jory Elser. 3rd place is Eliza Davis. 2nd is Jack Rushing. And winning the class is Claire Cleaner. First call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. First call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Second call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Second call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. This is an announcement for all of those in the sheep show today. That show is starting at noon. Once again, for those of you who are showing sheep, that show is starting at noon down in the sheep ring. Third and final call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Third and final call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3.
A very deep class of showmen here, and I think my top 5 showmen are all very competitive in their own right. And I think the top pair of them, though, is close to me. I think you can make a case for either one, but I think the one that's been the most consistent there, keeping the mare going in the middle of the ring, that's had the most fluid drive and the most lasting initial impression out of the gate for me is the young lady here in pink. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Every now and then I did catch her get a little tangled up in traffic every now and then, and I'd like to change that, but I think just from an initial and impression standpoint and being the most fluid throughout the entire drive, you got to give her the nod. The young man here with the calico bear is a very close second. I really like his intensity and eye contact. Just in comparison to the young lady that gets the nod in this particular class, I think he was a little slower to get warmed up out here in this particular class. But when he turned it on, I think he turned it on really nicely there. I think that bear is just maybe a little more stop and go for him in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of him, but still a very nice pair of showmen to go 1 and 2 in this particular class. The young lady there in the paisley shirt directly in front of me is going to go 3. One that works out at the entire time. I just didn't quite find her quite as punchy as the other two to hit those open spots. Maybe just a little more relaxed with it there. I just like to see her a little more assertive and aggressive to hit those open spots to work her up any higher. The young lady here directly in front of me with the wide-belted bear is going to go for, one that gives me some really good passes on that bear from time to time, but more often than not, I catch her just being a little relaxed. I catch her being a little more tangled up in the crowd there. I'd like to see her separate herself and pull her out from the crowd to work her up any higher. The young lady there in the paisley shirt's going to go 5. A very hard-working young lady, does a very good job out here. Got me some good passes early. Just unfortunately for her, her partners run out of gas, wanting to fight her the outside surfaces there. In order to bring her up any higher in this class. Those that fall out of the top 5 are just ones that didn't quite have a partner that wanted to work for them. Ones I'd like to change their whips, give them a little sturdier one so they have more control over their animals. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
The placings for your 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2 are as follows. 5th place, Margot Johnson. 4th place, Kaylin Cotter. 3rd, Brindley Mayers. 2nd, Mason Rupp. And winning the class is Lena Klein. This will be first call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. First call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
At the conclusion of 12-year-old Showmanship Class 4, we are going to show for the Intermediate Champion and Reserve Champion Showman. Those will be our first place class winners from ages 12, 13, and 14. Following that intermediate division drive, we'll be taking a short lunch break before moving on to our junior division. Also, we would like to thank McKay Gross Lumber for the sawdust in our show ring.
Second call for 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Second call, 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
Very competitive class here to work through in this particular age division. I think smoothness is what gets the nod in this particular class. And the young lady directly in front of me in the pink shirt and the blue bear is going to go ahead and win this particular class. Very calm, cool, collected on the drive, you know, getting out there and getting the most out of that bear. She's very calm in terms of her whip mannerisms. I think she's getting the most out of that bear. You know, maybe just a little too much to relax for me, but I think consistency from start to finish there, being very fluid. You gotta like and appreciate that about her a great deal. The young lady here in the blue striped pants is gonna be two. You know, one that I do really like in terms of her eye contact and her intensity. She stays crouched down for me. Just for me, she wants to float too far forward on the shoulder of that bear. In turn, he's wanting to be a little more stop and go in comparison to the young lady that wins, but she still does a very nice job at it. The young lady here with the blue spotted bear is going to go 3. You know, I think as the drive wore on, her partner just got a little gas there. One I do like in terms of her eye contact and her body language towards me. I just like to calm her down maybe just a little bit in her whip mannerisms. I think maybe her nervous tendency is just to get a little too whip heavy there. We could just relax her a bit, then maybe that would save some time there on that bear in terms of him getting gassed on her. The young lady there in the multicolored shirt, 879, is going to go 4. You know, 1. She gets some good passes on that bear, and I can feel her looking at me. Just unfortunately for her, one that wants to fight her on the outside surfaces a little too much in order to work her up any higher today. The young lady here in the pink striped shirt is going to go 5. One that's worked very hard at it from start to finish. Again, another one that has a partner that's a little gassed on her. But in comparison to those that go ahead of her in this class, the one I'd like to see with a little more eye contact and awareness of where I'm at. I don't feel her looking at me quite as much as those that go ahead of her. Again, ones that fall out here of the top 5, again, just don't have partners that want to get out of the corner for them. Ones that have to be a little ring sour there and not wanting to get out and go. Give those kids a big round of applause as they're excused.
Callahan Spring, if you are showing in swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is entering the ring. The results from 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as follows. 5th place, Aubrey Lingle. 4th place, Rylan Root. 3rd place, Harper Keener. 2nd place, Alexa Miller. And winning the class was Tess Daughter. This is going to be first call for our intermediate division class winners. Those are ages 12, 13, and 14. First call, intermediate division class winners. This is a reminder, following the intermediate division drive, we will be taking a short break for lunch. This is going to be second call for our intermediate division class winners. Second call, intermediate division class winners, ages 12, 13, and 14. This is the third and final call, intermediate division class winners. Third and final call, intermediate division class winners.
Another great group of hardworking kids here, and I think it's a little more challenging to put together because maybe you don't have one that jumps out and says use me, but I think within this drive it's very logical to use the young man there with a wide belted bear to go ahead and win this particular class. One that I like in terms of his eye contact and intensity, that's what gets him the nod in this particular class. You know, for me, he's wanting to show a little too far away from me there. I like to pull him in a little bit closer to me and kind of split that ring distance for me, but I think in terms of keeping that one going and giving me some eye contact, he goes ahead and gets the nod. The young man there with the belted hog that's got a dot in his top is going to be second. I think when it's good, it's good. He gives me some really nice passes there. He's got some intensity and eye contact about him. But out here within this particular class, that bear's got a little fast paced on him. He's got away from him there a time or two, and that's what goes ahead and slides him down in the second hole. I wish we just had a little better control over that bear. I wish that bear found a more consistent gear for him there in order to work that young man up any higher in this particular class. The young man directly in front of me there with the belted bear is going to go 3. Again, another one you like in terms of his eye contact, but for me, that one's a little more stop and go. He wants to get up there a little too far forward on his shoulder and blade, and consequently, that bear is wanting to be more stop and go for him. I'd like to see him, a little bit closer to me. One that's wanting to fight the outside surfaces a little too much for me. The young lady in the solid white shirt is going to be 4. Another one works really hard at it out here. Just unfortunately for her, her partner's wanting to fight the outside surfaces. We just need to see her out here in the middle of the ring more than what we do in order to work her any higher in this particular class. Give her a partner that wants to drive for her there. And then the young man there with a chromed up barrow. He's in the blue shirt. He's going to be 5. One that works hard out here. Just one that wants to fight the outside surfaces when I don't see that often. Out here in the middle of the ring, I like to pull him in closer to me there in order to work him any higher. The 2 that fall out of the top 5, again, same story. The ones I'd like to change the whip. Ones would like to see more control over the hog. Working out here in the middle of the ring in order to see them any higher.
We are now going to show for our intermediate division champion and reserve champion showman. Coming out of the 14-year-old division, Jaden Tarleton. Also in the 14-year-old division, Carly Rupp. Thirteen-year-old division, Bryson Castle. Fourteen-year-old division, Kane Mayers. 13-year-old division, Chase Wharton. 14-year-old division, Sadie Way. 13-year-old division, Emily Smith. 13-year-old division, Avery Andrews. 13-year-old division, Brock Shear. 14-year-old division, Maddie Moran. 12-year-old division, Claire Keener. 12-year-old division, Lena Klein. 12-year-old division, Tess Daughter. 12-year-old division, Nathan Steiner. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for intermediate champion and reserve champion showman. As a reminder, at the conclusion of this class, we will be taking a 20-minute lunch break.
an excellent group of kids out here in this particular division. And, you know, probably the same as the last division in terms of numbers, but your intermediate division, it sure does feel bigger out here. There's a lot of kids that are doing very, very good out here, and still I think when we talk about it, you know, all of the positive things that I'm putting together, you know, hitting the open spots, being aggressive in terms of their body language and eye contact, and getting the most out of that barrow to hit the open spots, but still being ultra smooth about it. I think for me, there's one that's been the most memorable at putting all those positive attributes together from class to division and throughout. The young lady there, the solid blue bear, is going to go ahead and win this particular division. I think a very close second in me, for me, is the young lady going across the far end of the ring there. 731 is going to be reserve. I think she pushed our division champion the hardest there when we got back out here. She too one that was memorable in her class. Just for me, not quite as quick and not quite as punchy to hit those open spots. From time to time when I moved around the ring, I kind of felt she was a little more in the crowd in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of her there. But still a very nice showing there to be reserved. You know, a lot of kids out here are not getting, you know, the top 2 honors and do a very good job at it. The young man here in the lime green, very calm, cool, and collective. I wish he might just be a speed faster and punchier there to work ahead of them girls. The young lady here in the red shirt, again, another one, does a very nice job. Just for me, when we get out here in this caliber of showman, just a kind of one that wants to fall into the crowd for me a little too much. I'll give these kids a big round of applause as their excuse. Great job.
Our champion intermediate showman was Sadie Way. Our reserve champion was Avery Andrews. We are now going to take a 20-minute lunch break.
First call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. First call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
This is the third and final call for beginners 11 years and older, first year showing, show class 2 to table 1. This is the third and final call for intermediate 14 years old, show class 2 to table 2. Third and final call, seniors 17 and 18 years old, show class 2 to table 3. And third and final call, juniors 11 years old, show class 2 to table 4. And would Robert Gowder please report to table 4?
Second call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Second call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
Placings for juniors 11 years and older, show class 1 on table 4 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Hunter Nelson. In 4th place, Charlotte Kravinsky. In 3rd place, Risa Shar. In 2nd place, Benaya Silvestri. And in 1st place, Isaac Boston.
Robert Goddard, if you are showing in swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig at this time. Your class is ready to enter. This is an announcement for down in the swine barn. If you are not an exhibitor or the parent of an exhibitor helping get your kiddo up to the arena, if you could please exit the barn so we can get kiddos up to the arena efficiently, keep the show moving, and make sure no one misses their class. That'd be greatly appreciated.
This is first call for poultry, juniors 11 years old, show class 3 to table 4. First call, poultry, juniors showmanship 11 years old, class 3 to table 4.
First call for 11-year-olds, Swine Showmanship Class 2. First call, 11-year-olds, Swine Showmanship Class 2.
The results from 12-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4 are as follows. 5th place, Cooper Froelich. 4th place, Jofi Davidovich. 3rd place, Jensen Morris. 2nd place, Jackson Smith. And winning the class was Nathan Steiner.
Will Jillian Johnson, Ashlyn Drury, Elin Widmer, and Carson Vandergrift please report to table 1 for showmanship? Jillian Johnson, Ashlyn Drury, Elin Widmer, and Carson Vandergrift, please report to table
Second call for
class.
Second call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Second call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
Placings for intermediate poultry showmanship, 14 years old, show class 1 on table 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Reagan Miller. In 4th place, Hannah Boston. In 3rd place, Mariana Flory. In 2nd place, Chloe Kick. And in 1st place, Mackenzie Sample.
Third and final call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Third and final call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
Would Anna Pittman, Kate Everhart, Aiden Beckler, Lacey Ramsire, Amy Davidovich, and Haley Taylor please report to table 3 for your senior showmanship class? Anna Pittman, Kate Everhart, Aiden Beckler, Lacey Ramsire, Aiden Beckler, Amy Davidovich, and Haley Taylor please report to table 3 for your showmanship class. This is your final call.
I think everyone ate their Wheaties for lunch here because we come back and come out of the gate rocking here. I think this is a very a deep class of young showmen here that are working very hard at it. I think for me, there's a pair of them that surfaces to the top. I think one is maybe just a little more fluid throughout the drive, and that's what's going to give the young lady there in the red shirt the nod. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I love her intensity. I love her eye contact. You know, she's weaving in in and out of traffic there. I think she does a very nice job of that. The young lady there with the solid black barrel in the middle of the ring, she's going to go in second, and I think that's a very close placing there. Yep. You young lady, you do a very nice job. She's very intense. I love her eye contact. For me, though, at times, I think she creeps up a little too far forward on that bear, wants to stand there next to his shoulder, and consequently, again, that's making him a little more slower paced, a little more stop and go, wanting to look back at her there. But still, I think she does a very, very nice job, and that's a close placing there on that top pair. The young lady here in the multicolored shirt, the bluish shirt here, is going to go 3. I think another one that does a very good job driving her bear for me. Just in comparison to the 2 young ladies that go ahead of her, I don't think she's quite as assertive on the move there. I'd like to see her out and away from the crowd and hitting her open spots. Maybe just a little too relaxed and a little too floaty into the crowd when you ask her to go out here. But still a very nice showman to be 3rd. The young lady there with the solid black bear in the middle of the ring is going to be 4. Another one that I like, her eye contact with me. I just felt like she wasn't quite as smooth on the drive. One that's going to be a little rocky jerky on her. One that wants to kind of get congested in the crowd there. I'd like to see her be just a faster pace to separate herself from the crowd where I can see her out here to move her up any higher. The young lady with the Duroc bear is going to go 5. A very calm, cool, and collected kind of showman. Again, but at times that kind of works to her disadvantage. She wants to get lost in the crowd. I like to see her separate herself and have that Vera pick up another speed to work her up any higher. You know, those that fall out of the top 5 just didn't quite have the control over their animals. I'd like to see the young lady here change up her whip and get one that's a little sturdier for her there, so she has more control over her animal. Give those kids a nice round of applause as they go back.
This is first call, poultry, intermediate, 13-year-old showmanship, show class 1. First call for seniors, 16 years old, show class 1. And second call, juniors, 11 years old, show class 3 to table 4.
Paisley Caskey and Henry McDonald, if you are doing swine showmanship, please report to the arena with your pig. Your class is getting ready to enter.
Placings for seniors, 17 and 18 years old, show class 1 and table 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Sam Ettinger. In 4th place, Addie Troyer. In 3rd place, Zachary Pompey. In 2nd place, Madison Wade. And in 1st place, Megan Tenney.
The results from the 11-year-old show class 1 are as followed. In 5th place, Caroline Raber. In 4th place, Cambria Stoller. In 3rd place, Taylor Hastings. 2nd place, Kinsley Rupp. And winning the class is Olivia Gosser. First call for 11-year-olds show class 3. First call, 11-year-old showmanship, Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
This is first call for poultry seniors 16 years old, show class 1 to table 3. First call senior 16 years old, showmanship class 1 to table 3.
Second call for 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. Second call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
Placings for beginners showmanship 11 years and older, first year showing, show class 1 on table 1 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In fifth place, Henry Carney. In fourth place, Rowan McIntyre. In third place, Brooklyn Pouch. In second place, Ailish Whitmer. And in first place, Olivia Hudson. Third and final call for juniors, poultry 11 years old, show class 3 to table 4. Would Autumn Lapp and Mia Hennico please report to table 4 for showmanship? Autumn Lapp and Mia Hennico, this is your final call.
This is the third and final call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3. Third and final call, 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
Again, a very stout class of youngsters here, and I think there's one that separates themselves that you have to gravitate towards in terms of eye contact and intensity and getting that thing stuck, and that's the young lady there in the braids with the belted bear. She's going to go ahead and win this class. Of course, I tie into her eye contact and her intensity with me there. If looks could kill, I think I would be done here because she's definitely giving me the stare down. You know, if I get critical on her from time to time, when she transitions, she wants to cross over behind that barrow. And two, I think she's so focused on me that sometimes she bumps into the traffic there before she gets her barrow turned. But still, that's being critical there of a very nice showman to go ahead and get the nod in this particular class. The young lady with the blue bear is going to be second. One again, very intense, a lot of eye contact. You got to appreciate that about her in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of her. From time to time, I kind of felt her floating up on the shoulder of that bear. Like I've said before, when you get too far forward on them, that's when they want to be a little stop and go and put their head down there. She just quite wasn't as smooth and consistent as the young lady that goes ahead of her, but still a very nice showman to slide into second. The young man here in the green is going to go three. Started out of the gate very intense, a lot of eye contact with me there. Did a very good job driving, but I felt as the drive went on, he kind of got a little relaxed on me. He kind of wanted to float into the crowd a little bit more so than the two young ladies that go ahead of him there, but still a very nice showman to be third. 4 is going to be the young man in the orange shirt there on the far side of the ring. 5 is going to be the young man here with the spotted up bear. Similar stories about the two of them. You know, they've got some intensity, they've got some eye contact, they know where I'm at in comparison to the ones that go ahead of them. You know, their bears are a little, fight them a little bit on the whip. They're having to work a little harder at them to get out here and get them to move. This young man there with his spotted bear crossed in front of me a couple times, right in front of me there that I caught him. You know, we got to be be aware of that when we're transitioning and moving around the hog. Give these kids a big round of applause. They definitely work hard. And, you know, like I said, some of those that fall out of the top 5 just didn't quite have the partners that wanted to get out and go and work for them today. Change their whips there so they have a little more control over them. Give those kids a round of applause as they go back.
This is second call, intermediate poultry, 13 years old, show class 1 to table 2. Second call, intermediate, 13 years old, show class 1 to table 2. And this is third and final call for beginners 11 years and older, first year showing, show class 3 to table 1. Third and final call, beginners 11 years and older, first year showing, show class 3 to table 1. Placings for juniors 11 years old, show class 2 on table 4 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Emmett Wright. In 4th place, David Linden. In 3rd place, Noah Buckingham. In 2nd place, Howard Lentz. And in 1st place, Jaron Miller.
First call for 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4. First call, 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4. The results for the 11-year-old swine showmanship show class 2 are as followed. In 5th place, Axel Knapp. 4th place, Blaine Warren. 3rd place, Braden Mares. 2nd place, Hannah Clark. And in 1st place, Elliot Andrews. Second call for 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4. Second call, 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4.
This is first call for juniors poultry showmanship, 10 years old, class 1 to table 4. First call, juniors, 10 years old, class 1 to table 4.
Third and final call, 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4. Third and final call, 11-year-old swine showmanship class 4.
I think there's a trio of them that sort here to the top, and I think there's some trade-offs between them. I think one maybe works a little too close to me, one works a little too far away from me, and one doesn't quite have the partner that wants to give him the best on the drive there. So you got to ask yourself, what do you land on? And I think the one for me that's the most consistent from start to finish there on keeping that bear moving throughout the ring is the young man there in the dark blue shirt with the black spotted bear. He's going to win this particular class. One for me at times, I think he's a little too close and a little too far up on my toes. I like to maybe push him back a foot or two in front of me there. He's wanting to work just ever so slightly too close to me, but I think one for being smooth and fluid there. I think you got to tie into that young man to win. The young man here off to my right with the glasses is going to go two. Another one you can appreciate for his eye contact and his intensity. But for me, I just kind of lost him there on the far side of the ring. I wish I could pull him in just a little bit closer to me there, working more in the center of the ring as comparison to the young man there that goes ahead of him. His bear too, maybe just a little higher headed and a little slower there on the go in comparison to the young man that goes ahead of him. But a nice pair of showmen there. The young man here in front of me is going to go three. He's working very hard at it. We get some really good passes on him. Just unfortunately for him, that bear is wanting to fight the whip and not wanting to get out here and grab a gear from him. We got some good passes out of him, but I wish we can get a little more consistent drive. And unfortunately, today that partner of his is not wanting to cooperate fully for him out here. The young lady in the red shirt is going to go 4. The young man in the dark blue striped shirt is going to go 5. Two showmen that work very hard out here at it. Just for me, in comparison to the trio that goes ahead of them, ones that want to show to the outside surface, we need to pull them in a little bit. We need to get a little more fluid drive out of them to work them any higher. The young individuals that fall out of the top 5, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but we need hogs pulled into the center of the ring, not fight them on the outside surfaces, maybe change up a whip there so we have more control over them. Give those kids a round of applause as they go back.
This is second call for juniors, 10 years old, class 1 to table 4. Second call, juniors, 10 years old, class 1 to table 4. And placings for your intermediate, 14 years old showmanship, show class 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 5th place, Juliana Barno. In 4th place, Maya Loy. In 3rd place, Dawson Dunphy. In 2nd place, Darren Schaefer. And in 1st place, Elena Plessinger.
The results for the 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 3 are as followed. 5th place, Lucas Tooley. 4th place, Leandra Root. 3rd place, Nicholas Durstein. 2nd place, Jevin Tarleton. And winning the class is Dawson Way. First call for 10-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1. First call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1. Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
L. Zerker, Chase Ripido, and Drake Mobley, please report to Table 1 for your beginners 11 years and older first year showing, show class 3 showmanship class. L. Zerker, Chase Ripido, and Drake Mobley, please report to Table 1. This is your final call. This is first call for intermediate poultry showmanship, 13 years old, show class 2 to table 2. First call, intermediate poultry showmanship, 13 years old, show class 2 to table 2.
Third and final call for 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 1.
Very easy and logical place to start here in this class with the young lady in the paisley shirt in front of me. I think she handily, you got to gravitate towards her for her calmness and her poise in this class. You know, she's moving across the ring effortlessly there. Just for me and my style, a time or two, I just like to see her rock up the pace and maybe get to the open spot just a hair faster than what she does. But that's being awful critical of a young lady here that takes this class pretty easily. From there, you know, it's a little challenge of where do you go. We don't quite have partners out here. They're wanting to cooperate with us to get the most out of the drive and taking nothing away from the exhibitors because I know they're working very hard at it. I just wish we had a partner or two that wanted to cooperate better for them today. The young man there, 1044 with a belted bear going across the ring, he's going to be second. Another one that I appreciate in terms of his eye contact and his intensity. Like I said, we need to change the speed of that bear. He's wanting to fight him there to the outside surfaces a little too much to work him up any higher in this class, but I do commend him for working very hard at it. The young man there in the red plaid shirt's going to go 3. Again, one that always knows where I'm at, one that's kind of intense there in terms of his eye contact. Just for me, that bear's wanting to be a little more stop and go. I'd like to see him catch another gear, be a little faster out here on the drive in order to work him any higher up in this particular class. The young man there with the spotted bear is going to go 4. You know, 1. You can see him. You can see his eye contact there. Just the one that bear's wanting to get away from him there. I want him to fight him to the outside surfaces. He kind of gets lost in the crowd in order to work him up any higher in this particular class. 5 is going to be the young man there in the cowboy hat. You know, he's having a good time, and that pig's out here on the go for him. Maybe a speed too fast. I'd like to slow him down just a little bit. That pig's wanting to get away from him a little too much. I wish he had a little more slower pace and control over him. You know, those that fall out of the top 5, I just didn't quite have a partner that worked for him. The young man there going out, I like to change the whip he's using there so he has more control over the hog. Give those kids a big round of applause as they're excused.
This is first call seniors, 16 years old, show class 2 to table 3. First call seniors, 16 years old, show class 2 to table 3. And this is the third and final call for juniors, 10 years old, show class 1. Would Lucas Gowder and Everett Tarleton please come to table 4
First call for 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. First call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
Your results for the 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 4 are as followed. 5th place, Carter Zimmerly. 4th place, Jackson Settle. 3rd place, Drake Mobley. 2nd place, Caden Bruner. And winning the class is Brinley Bollinger.
Placings for Market Poultry Showmanship Juniors, 11 years old, Show Class 3 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 4th place, Rowan Lentz. In 3rd place, Derek Schaefer. Apologies. In 5th place, Avery D'Alessandro. In 2nd place, Erica Schultz. And in 1st place, Lola McNeely.
Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Second call, Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
Second call, Intermediate Poultry Showmanship, 13 years old, Show Class 2 to Table 2. Second call, Intermediate Poultry Showmanship, 13 years old, Show Class 2 to Table 2. Placings for Beginner Market Poultry Showmanship, 11 years old and older, first year showing, Show Class 2 on Table 1 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 4th place,
Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
in 4th place, Mason Mobley. In 3rd place, Bryson Pouch. In 2nd place, Elin Whitmer. In 1st place, Cassidy Palaso. Apologies. 1st place is Paisley Caskey.
A nice class of kids here to work through, and maybe not one that grabs you and says I gotta win, but still I think there's plenty of very nice showmen out here doing a great job. With that being said, I think the one that's been the most consistent with eye contact as well as keeping their pig moving throughout the ring is the young man here off to my left in the peach shirt. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. You know, if I were to get critical of him, we need to change his whip mannerisms there. I like to pull his elbow in there and make him a little smoother and concise about how he wants to use his whip. But still, that's a very nice showman that's kept him moving, kept him in front of me with some eye contact consistently throughout this entire drive. The young man here in the dark blue shirt is going to go second. You know, another one that works hard at it, has some eye contact with me. I just kind of felt in comparison to the young man that wins, his bear's a little more stomp and go. I just like to see him get a smoother pace and kind of be more in tandem with that bear to keep him going out here within the ring, but still does a very nice job working at it. The young man here in the paisley shirt is going to go three. Again, one, I appreciate his eye contact. I just wish that bear there would get his head up, catch another gear for him. One, for me, it's just a little too stomp and go. I kind of see him creeping up on that pig a little too much for me. In order to work him any higher in this particular class. The young man here off to my left is going to be 4. The young man here in the dark shirt is going to be 5. 2 young men, again, they work at it. They have some eye contact with me. Just a little too stomp and go, just a little too relaxed in terms of letting them get out and get in the crowd there. The young man here in green's kind of an honorary 6, another one that works hard at it. But for me, you know, again, another bear that just doesn't want to get out and go for him. We can't catch a consistent pace on that one. Wants to fight him to the outside surfaces. The young lady with the blue bear there, again, one that wants to fight her to the corner a little bit too much for today. I wish she had a better partner that wanted to get out here and drive. I give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is first call for juniors market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, class 2 to table 4. First call, junior market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, show class 2 to table 4. This is first call for beginners, 10 years old, market poultry showmanship, first year showing, show class 1 to table 1. First call, beginners, 10 years old, market poultry showmanship, first year showing, show class 1 to table 1.
First call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 3. First call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 3.
The results for the 10-year-old swine showmanship show class 1 are as followed. In 5th place, Brody Martin. 4th place, Xander Knapp. 3rd place, Gage Imhoff. 2nd place, Caden Reddick. And in winning the class is Grayson Burchett.
This is second call for junior market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, show class 2 to table 4. Second call, junior market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, class 2 to table 4.
Second call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 3. Second call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 3. Third and final call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 3. Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 3.
A very good class of showmen here to sort through, and I think a logical place for me to start with the young lady there in the maroon Ariat shirt to win this particular class. I think she's done the best job and the most consistent job of keeping that bear moving across the ring there. I love her eye contact and intensity, and she keeps that bear driving and on the go for me. From time to time throughout the class, I see her floating a little closer to me every so often, and too in her transitions when she wants to turn, she'll want to cross over in between me and her, and I like to change that there and how she makes her turns, but still that's being critical of a very nice showman in this particular class. The young man there in the green paisley is going to go second. Another one very hard working at it, does a very good job in terms of eye contact and body language. Just for me, against the young lady that goes ahead of him, that bear is wanting to be a little more stop and go for him there. I just like to see him get out and catch another gear and be a little more fluid. A couple times I caught him back in here behind me, but the main thing for me is I wish that bear just get out and go and be a little smoother there on the drive in comparison to the young lady that wins this particular class. The young man there in the black shirt with the spotted appearing barrow is going to be 3. Another one that's worked very hard at it out here from start to finish. I just didn't quite have a partner that wanted to separate himself from the crowd. One I'd like to see him busted open out here in the middle just a little bit more. He wanted to get clustered up in the middle of the crowd in order to work him any higher in this particular class. The young man with the solid white bear there is going to go 4. The young man with the blue bear and the white shirt off to my left is going to be 5. A similar story for both of these showmen. You know, they're giving me some eye contact. They're keeping their hongs moving in the ring. I think both of them just get kind of caught in the outside surfaces there. I'd like to bring them in, have a little more control of them, have them more consistently moving out here in the middle of the ring in order to work them up any higher in this class. Those that fall out of the top 5, again, ones that just didn't quite have partners, the one to move with them, ones that I didn't quite see that eye contact out of or ring awareness to know where I'm at. I give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is first call for intermediate poultry showmanship, 13 years old, show class 2 to table 2. First call, or third call, intermediate poultry showmanship, 13 years old, show class 2 to table 2. And placings for your junior market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, show class 1 on table 4 are as follows. Please
First call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4. First call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4.
The results for 10-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 2 are as followed. 5th place, Jacob D'Alessandro. 4th place, Grant Curtis. 3rd place, Brock Burchett. 2nd place, Clayton Keener. And winning the class was Millie Young.
This is first call for beginner market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, first year showing, class 1 to table 1. First call, beginner market poultry showmanship, 10 years old, first year showing, show class 1 to table 1.
Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4. Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4.
This is first call for junior market poultry showmanship, 9 years old to table 4. First call, junior market poultry showmanship, 9 years old to table 4.
Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4. Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 4.
Several hardworking kids out here in this particular class, and there's something I could nitpick about each one of them there and make a little bit different for me and my style. I think the one though that kind of works their way into the first hole is the young lady here in the pink shirt. She's going to win this particular class. When she first came out, maybe I thought she floated a little bit too much into the crowd, and that's what I would like to change about her. But then as the drive wore on, I felt like she was the most consistent one, giving me eye contact and getting that bear showed out there. Like I said, maybe I like to see her hit the open spots a little bit more aggressively out here and pull herself away from the crowd. But I just think eye contact and keeping that bear rolling, I think she does the best of anyone we have out here. The young man there in the pink shirt's going to go second. Another one I love in terms of his eye contact and looking at me. Just for me, out here when he's making his turns, he wants to float onto the wrong side of the pig. I like to change him there and how he makes his turns. And from time to time, I kind of felt him up here behind me a little bit or too close to me. I'd like to change that about him, but still a very nice showman to be second. The young lady there with the brown bow in her hair and kind of the purple shirt is going to go 3-1. I thought came out of the gate super strong, but as the drive wore on, her partner wanted to get a little more gas there and just didn't quite want to work with her as well, and that's unfortunate for her. She does a very nice job. I like to see her just a little smoother out here on the drive, and she chews one from time to time. I think she gets a little too far forward on that bear, and that's wanting to make him drive at a slower pace. The young lady there in the solid black shirt's going to go 4. One that's always kept her pig in front of me there and kept some poise and eye contact. One I just like to see more fluid in the ring. I'd like to see her get that bear, get out and go. Right now, she's wanting to stand just a little too far forward on him there, and consequently that's making him wanting to be a little more stop and go for her to be able to work her up any higher. The young man here in front of me is going to go 5. One that works hard on it there. I just kind of lost him in the crowd from time to time. I wish he would separate himself out for me there and hit the open spots to be able to work up any higher. Honorable mention to the young lady here in the green striped shirt. Again, one that gives me eye contact and always knows where I'm at, but one I just kind of think floated into the crowd a little bit too much to me. I'd like to see her out here moving at a more consistent pace in order to work her into the top 5. And those we excused just didn't quite have partners that wanted to work for him today. Wanted to fight the outside surfaces and not quite as consistent out here in front of me. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Would Shawnee Riggenbach, Tyler Arnold, and Samantha Everhart please report to Table 2 for your showmanship class? Shawnee Riggenbach, Tyler Arnold, and Samantha Everhart, please report to Table 2. This is your final call.
Jordan Sprang, if you are showing in swine showmanship, please report to the arena at this time with your pig. Your class is entering the ring.
Placings for 13 years old Market Poultry Showmanship Class 1 on Table 2 are as follows. Please raise your hand when your name has been called. In 5th place, Vincent Thompson. In 4th place, Regan Kugler. In 3rd place, Ellen Holmes. In 2nd place, Lydia Silvestri. And in 1st place, Nayli Shar. This is second call for Junior Market Poultry Showmanship, 9 years old, to Table 4. Second call, Junior Market Poultry Showmanship, 9 years old, to Table 4.
First call for 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 5. First call, 10-year-old swine showmanship, class 5.
The results for the 10-year-old swine showmanship show class 3 are as followed. In 5th place, Benjamin Ramsire. 4th place, Elon Jagger. 3rd place, Hadley Burchett. 2nd place, Lucas Hansey. And in winning the class is Peyton Leniger.
First call for Table 2, 12-year-old Poultry Showmanship.
Second call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 5. Second call, 10-year-old Showmanship, Class 5.
Results for senior 16-year-old showmanship class 1 table 3 goes as follows. In 5th place, Justin Nelson. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 4th place, Leilani Gertz. In 3rd place, Charlie Tenney. In 2nd place, Kimber Metz. And in 1st place, Evelyn Linden. Congratulations.
Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 5. Third and final call, 10-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 5. At the conclusion of the 9-year-old Show Class 2 Swine Showmanship, we will have a division champion drive for the juniors.
Third and final call for 9-year-old junior showmanship table 4 class 1. The third and final call for junior showmanship 9-year-olds class 1. And can we please have Ainsley Britbaugh come to table 4 for 9-year-old showmanship class 1. Thank you. Here are the results for Table 4 Junior 10-year-old Showmanship Class 2. In 5th place, Annalie Corneli Shipley. In 4th place, Adeline Gregor. In 3rd place, Joseph Donnelly. And in 2nd place, Ty Rohr. And in 1st place, Shannon Steiner. Congratulations.
A challenging class to put together here because everyone has a partner that needs a little different attitude just to get out here and go with it. I think the one I'm going to land on when they get him out here and get him going, I think the passes are pretty good. That's the young lady here in the yellow shirt. She's going to win this particular class. I think when she's able to get that bear out here and get him on the move, I love her eye contact. I love her body language. She's very poised about it. Admittedly, from time to time we kind of find her off in the corner a little too much that we deem ideal there. He's wanting to find the out gate and get a little sour on her. But like right now, when we got a good pass on her here, I do love her eye contact, her body language with me there. I think she does a very good job at that. The young man there on the far side of the ring in the paisley shirt is going to go second. I think when we got him out here and got him started, I loved his eye contact, his intensity. Just unfortunately for him, another one that's got a sour partner. But from time to time, I kind of find him creeping up a little too far forward on that barrow, consequently making him want to be a little more stop and go as he's making passes across the ring. But again, does a very nice job at it. The young man here in the blue purple plaid shirt here is going to go 3. Another one you like in terms of his eye contact. Just for me, I don't think he was as consistent there on the drive. One again that wants to fight the outside surfaces. I like to just see that bear get out there and grab a gear, and one that maybe I just like to rock him up a little bit faster there in order to get him ahead in this particular class. The young man here with a solid black shirt and Berkshire appearing bear is going to go 4. 1 again. You see him in the ring. You see him working hard at it there with his eye contact. Unfortunately for him, again, another one with kind of a stop and go bear. We just can't get him out here and get a good drive on him there to be able to work him up any higher in this particular class. From there, it gets challenging because we got a lot of pigs here that are wanting to be gate sour. But for me, the young man in the red plaid or red striped shirt, I should say, is going to go 5. One that's working hard out of here, just unfortunately for him, again, doesn't have a partner that wants to work for him, but I do see him giving me some eye contact and awareness of where I'm at. Again, those that fall out of the top 5 just don't quite have partners today that want to consistently work for them. I'd like to change the style and the kind of whip that they have so they have more control over their hog. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
First call for senior 15-year-olds, show class 1, table 3. First call, senior 15-year-olds, show class 1, table 3. In order to keep the show moving, we are going to have to move some tables to other tables. So just listen to our announcements when we announce our classes. Some classes will not be on the tables put into the show buffer. Thank you. First call for beginner 10-year-olds, showmanship to show class 2 to table 1. First call, beginner 10-year-old showmanship, show class 2 to table 1.
First call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. First call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 1.
Second call for poultry showmanship, 12-year-olds, show class 1, table 2. Second call, poultry showmanship, 12-year-olds, show class 2.
The results for the 10-year-old swine showmanship show class 4 are as followed. In 5th place, Eli Burns. 4th place, Joey McGlitch. 3rd place, Jackson Zimmerly. 2nd place, Colton Plessinger. And winning the class was Raylan Reddick.
Second call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 1. Second call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 1.
nice class of kids to sort through here, and the young lady in pink needs to go ahead and win this particular class. I love her poise and I love her body language out here. I think she's very intense, but yet calm, cool, and collected about it. From time to time I do see her floating and crossing over there in her transitions, but still that's getting critical of a showman there that definitely stands out in this particular class. From there, the young man here with the belted bear is going to go 2. Another one that works very hard at it for me. From time to time I kind of see him get a little too far forward on the shoulder to that bear. Consequently, again, that makes that bear want to be a little more rocky and not quite as fluid on the drive in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of him, but still he works very hard and does a nice job at it. The young lady in the solid black shirt's going to go 3, and man, she gives me some really solid and some really good passes there. I like her eye contact and intensity. Just unfortunately for her, that bear is not quite wanting to cooperate with her today. He's wanting to get away from her a little too much there and wanting to fight her to the outside gate, but she stuck with it throughout the entire drive and worked very hard at it. Just unfortunately for her, that bear is wanting to fight her and wanting to get away from her there to be able to work her up any higher in this class. The young lady there in the dark paisley shirt is going to go 4. The young lady in the brown stripes there is going to go 5. 2 showmen that I like there in terms of their eye contact and intensity with me. Just unfortunately they didn't quite have partners that wanted to work for him today. I wanted to fight the outside surfaces, but I did feel him looking at me. I did feel him knowing where I'm at in the ring at all times, and that's what goes ahead and gets in the nod. And 4 and 5, those that we send out, I kind of felt him working behind me, working to the outside surfaces. Maybe like to give him a little more eye contact with me to be able to move him into the top 5. Give those kids a round of applause as they go out.
Third and final call for 10-year-old showmanship, first year showing, show class 1 for Emmett Bex and Charlie Ritkoff. This is your last call to come to table 1 for beginner poultry showmanship, 10 years old, first year showing. And this is last and final call for Kelsey Rumay and Annabella Godfrey to come to intermediate 12-year-olds, table 2, show class 1, poultry, 12-year-olds, intermediate, show class 1, table 2. Thank you. Second call for beginner 10-year-old, first year showing, show class 2 to table 1, poultry showmanship, 10-year-old, first class showing, show class 2, second call to table 1.
First call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. First call, 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. This is a reminder at the end of class 2 of 9-year-old showmanship, there will be a champion drive for 9, 10, and 11-year-old juniors.
Second call for poultry showmanship, senior 15-year-old, show class 1 to table 3. Second call, poultry showmanship, seniors 15-year-olds, show class 1 to table 3.
The results for 10-year-old swine showmanship show class 5 are as followed. In 5th place, Lila Settle. 4th place, Alexandra Ziegler. 3rd place, Reese Reddick. 2nd place, Jordan Persinger. And winning the class is Evelyn Eubanks.
Results for poultry showmanship, junior 9-year-olds, show class 1, table 4 goes as follows. In 4th place, Philip Wright. In 3rd place, Stady
Second call, 9-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Second call, 9-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
Third and final call for poultry showmanship, beginner 10-year-olds, first year showing, show class 2 to table 1. We need River Zerger, Colin Plessinger, never mind, Corinne Howard, and Cole Liefeld. Third and final call for table 1, beginner 10-year-old showmanship, River Zerker, Corinne Howard, and Cole Liefeld.
Third and final call, 9-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2. Third and final call, 9-year-old Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
The results for poultry showmanship 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds, first year showing, table 1, goes as follows. In 5th place, Alina Howard. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 4th place, Parker Whitler. In 3rd place, Cash Coulter. In 2nd place, Joel Cockle. And in 1st place, Ryan Johnson. Congratulations.
A very nice class of youngsters here to work through, and I think a logical place to start there with the young man in pink and his blue bear. I think one does a very nice job out here, very smooth, very calm, very consistent, does a very good job at working through the crowd. You just got to gravitate towards him to win this particular class. I think he does so pretty effortlessly there. For me, it gets tougher from there. The young lady in the paisley shirt with the black bear is going to go to a 1 when she came out here and hit the ring. I love her poise. I love her eye contact. She does a very good job. Unfortunately for her, she's got to fight that bear towards the outside surfaces, and I hate that for her there because I think she's a very nice showman. I wish she just had a better partner for today to be able to compete against the young man that wins this particular class, but she gets the nod in second because I think when she gives me good passes there in the center of the ring, they are really good. The young man here in front of me in the red plaid shirt's going to go 3. Another one, he worked himself up to 3 for me. I think he's been very consistent out here moving across the ring. Just for me, that bear is a little more down-headed at times. I like to just see him be more consistent, gravitate towards me there out of the crowd and get a smoother drive on that particular bear and to be able to work him any higher. The young man or the young lady here in green off to my right is going to be 4. Another hard-working young lady there that does a very nice job. Just unfortunately for her, she's had to fight that bear most of the drive there, but she does a good job and ring awareness of knowing where I'm at. Just sometimes that bear doesn't allow her to get to those open spots, but I commend her for sticking with it and keep working hard for me there throughout the entire drive. The young man there in the blue coming towards me is going to be 5. 1 does a very nice job of knowing where I'm at. Again, 1, I'd like to change that young man's whip. He too wants to fight the outside surfaces a little too much for me to work him up here any higher in class. Those that we've excused, again, just ones that didn't get out here, maybe didn't quite have the eye contact with me or the ring awareness of knowing where I'm at in this particular class. Give them a round of applause as they're excused.
First call for poultry showmanship, 12-year-old, beginner 8 to 9-year-old, first year showing, table 1. First call for poultry showmanship, 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 1 to table 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119,
This is the first call for junior division class winners to the arena for the division drive. First call for junior division class winners to the arena for the division drive. That is ages 9, 10, and 11. Ages 9, 10, and 11.
The third place winner for intermediate 13-year-olds was Gibson Henniker. First call, poultry showmanship, beginner 8 to 9-year-olds, first showing, show class 2 to table 1. First call, poultry showmanship, 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 2 to table 1. First call.
The results for the 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 1 are as followed. In 5th place, Braden Unger. 4th place, Avery Johnson. 3rd place, Joseph Suttle. 2nd place, Elena Lingle. And winning the class is Reese Gosser.
Second call for junior division first place winners ages 9, 10, and 11. Second call, junior division first place winners 9, 10, and 11.
Nice class of kids here to end on in this particular division, and I think the one that gets the most out of the drive here in this particular class is the young lady here in front of me in green. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think one keeps her pig moving out here in the ring. Keeps her pig going, the most fluid of anybody. I like her eye contact. You know, if I get critical of her at times when she makes her turn, she wants to float on the wrong side of the pig. And two, I'd like to tone her down just a notch there in terms of her mannerisms with her whip. But still, I think she does a very nice job to land in first here. The young lady in peach is going to be second. You know, I think she gives me some really nice passes out here when she gets him in the center of the ring. And that's what gives her the nod over the young lady here with the blue bear in 3. I love her intensity of the young lady there on the far side of the ring. Just unfortunately for her, she's having to fight that bear a little too much to the outside surfaces to work her any higher. Then, like I said, the young lady here with the blue belted bear is going to be in 3. One that does a very nice job. I just kind of felt like, to me, she was a little too relaxed in terms of her mannerism. I like to see her catch another pace there and be a little more intense and aggressive to get that bear shown today, but still she does a very nice and consistent job there and a very nice showman to land in 3. 4 is going to be the young lady here in the light green shirt in front of me, working very hard at it to keep that bear moving. Just for me, she wants to work too far forward on her. I'd like to push her back and keep her more consistently in her ham-loin junction there so that bear can get out and go in this particular class. The young lady in pink braids is going to be 5, one that's working hard out here at it. Just for me, I like to see her have a little more eye contact with me, a little more ring awareness with me in order to work her up any higher in this particular class. Those that fall out of the top 5 here, you know, ones are going to have to, or fighting their bear to the outside surfaces, just didn't quite have that partner, the one to get out there and go. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
First call for poultry showmanship, intermediate, 12 years old, show class 2 to table 2. First call,
We are now going to show for our junior division champion and reserve champion showman. Coming out of the 10-year-old division, we have Evelyn Eubanks. Out of the 11-year-old division, Elliot Andrews. 10-year-old division, Grayson Burchett. 11-year-old division, Brinley Bollinger. 11-year-old division, Dawson Way. 10-year-old division, Peyton Leniger. 11-year-old division, Olivia Gosser. 10-year-old division, Millie Young. 10-year-old division, Raylan Reddick. 9-year-old division, Reese Gosser. And 9-year-old division, Hattie Martinez. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for junior division champion and reserve champion showman. This is also going to be first call for beginner 10 and 11-year-old showmanship first year showing class 1. First call, beginner 10 and 11-year-old first year showing, show class 1.
First call for poultry showmanship, senior 15-year-olds, show class 2 to table 3. First call poultry showmanship, senior 15-year-old, show class 2 to table 3.
The results for the 9-year-old swine showmanship show class 2 are as followed. 5th place, Brooklyn Hilty. 4th place, Harper Mobley. 3rd place, Aubrey Patterson. 2nd place, Shani Shepard. And winning the class was Hattie Martinez.
Third and final call for poultry showmanship, beginner 8 to 9-year-olds, first showing, show class 2. Third and final call, poultry showmanship, 8 to 9-year-old, first showing, show class 2. Can Leah, Bosch, Braden Umber, and Tekka Whitmer please come to table 1?
This is the second call for beginner 10 and 11-year-old swine showmanship class 1. Second call, beginner 10 and 11-year-old swine showmanship class 1.
A very competitive junior division here. It may be for me just not one that's completely and totally my style. I keep thinking to myself, if I could take one attribute of this young individual and another attribute of this young individual and put them together, then that would be my style. And that's not taking anything away from them, because these kids out here can flat out get it done. I think for me, though, I think there's one that's been the punchiest out here from start to finish from our particular class to division. division. You know, if I get critical on her every now and then, I think she's a little too far away, but still at the same time, I think she's the one that rocks out of the crowd the best and gets herself in the least amount of trouble. And that's the young lady here off to my right with the braid. She's going to win this particular division. A very close second for me, the young lady here in the red paisley. I do like her calm and cool and collectedness. She's going to be my reserve, but for me, a couple times I kind of found her clustered up in the crowd down here and got herself in trouble a couple times. I like to just see her pull out from the crowd there in order to get the nod in this particular division. She too, I've nitpicked her. I just like to see her be a higher speed and just a little bit faster to get to the open spots, and that's what gives the young lady that wins this particular division the nod over her. You know, honorable mention the young man here in pink and the young lady in red. I think those two pushed our competition there very well. Two very good showmen. Just I didn't think they quite separated themselves with having that extra poise and that extra drive to them as the young ladies that win this particular division. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Third and final call for 10 and 11-year-old beginners, Swine Showmanship, Class 1. Third and final call, 10 and 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, Show Class 1.
The results for poultry showmanship, beginner 10-year-old, first year showing, show class 2 at table 4 goes as follows. In 5th place, Easton Whitmer. Please raise your hand when your name is called.
First call for beginners 8 and 9-year-olds, Swine Showmanship, Class 2. First call, 8 and 9-year-olds, beginners, Swine Showmanship, Class 2.
Third and final call for poultry showmanship class, senior 15-year-olds, show class 2 to table 3. Third and final call to poultry showmanship, 15-year-olds to show class 2 to table 3. Can Ivana, May, and Avery Everhart please report to table 3 for senior 15-year-old showmanship, show class 2.
My mistake, we are on 10 and 11-year-old Swine Showmanship, beginners, show Class 2.
A fun division here to have some of your kids this first time in the ring with the Swine project, and they're doing a very nice job at it. We'll talk about some of the fundamental things of eye contact, ring awareness, and knowing where I'm at in the ring and where to position themselves so that I can see their pig. All of them are working very hard out here. I think the one that's combined eye contact with me and also keeping the pig moving around the ring is the young man there in the black shirt. He's going to win this particular class, and like I said, I think he does so from an eye contact standpoint there. I'd like to bring that pig a little closer to me out here from time to time, but still I think he does a very nice job working at it there. The young lady here in the orange shirt is going to go second. Again, does a very nice job keeping that blue bear moving. I just like to see her have a little more eye contact with me, have a little more awareness of where I'm at there in terms of the young man that goes ahead and wins that class, but still she does a very nice job to be a third place showman, or second place showman, excuse me. Third place is the young lady there in the blue shirt, and she's doing a good job, keeping that hog moving out here. One I'd like to see more eye contact out of, one I think she kind of loses where I'm at in the ring. I like to see her give me a little more intensity and eye contact in order to work her up here any higher in this particular class. Four, excuse me, is the young lady there on the far side of the ring in the green plaid shirt, one that does a good job working out it there and shoots me some eye contact. One that just works the outside surfaces of the ring a little too much. I'd like to pull her in here closer to me so I could see her a little bit better. 5 is the young man here with a predominantly white bear. Again, does a good job working at it there. One I need to see more out of. One that needs to pull it into the center of the ring outside of the outside gates. And the young man there exiting is going to be 6. Unfortunate for him, just didn't quite have a partner for him today that wanted to work and get out of the corner there for him, but again, does a nice job. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
This is the third and final call for beginner 10 and 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2. Third and final call, beginner 10 and 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 2.
First call for poultry showmanship, beginner 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 3 to table 4. Poultry showmanship, beginners 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 3 to table 4. First call.
The results for the beginners 10 and 11-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1 are as followed. In 5th place, Emmett Williams. 4th place, Elizabeth Pope. 3rd place, Aubrey Grintas. And in 2nd place, Bree Daughter. And 1st place, Corbin Burchett.
First call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1. First call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1.
The results for poultry showmanship senior 15-year-old show class 1 at table 3 goes as follows. In 5th place, Mason Steiner. In 4th place, Eden Moore. In 3rd place, Riley Evans. In 2nd place, Anna Silvestri. And in 1st place, Brianna Boston. Congratulations.
Second call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1. Second call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 1.
Again, another fun class to work through here, and we're putting the most positive attributes together and who's getting the most out of their drive. And for me, that's the young man here with the spotted barrow. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think he does a good job of moving across the ring. He does a good job with eye contact. Sure, I'd like to see him a little more intense in terms of his body language, but still, I think he does a very nice job to go ahead and win this particular class. The young lady on the far side of the ring there is going to be second. One that shoots me some eye contact and knows where I'm at in the ring. Just unfortunately, that bear's a little more stop and go. That bear's wanting to fight her there a little bit more to the outside surfaces of the ring to work her up any higher in this particular class. But I think she does a very nice job working at it. The young man here closest to me with a predominantly white bear is going to go 3 in the blue shirt there. He's doing a very nice job and having fun out here. From time to time, I wish he'd give me a little more eye contact. He too is one that's wanting to float on the incorrect side of the hog there ever so slightly. I just like to give him a little more intensity in terms of his eye contact and body language with me there to work him up any higher in this particular class. The young lady here with the Berkshire appearing bear is going to go 4. A one that stuck with it and worked at it there. She's gave me some eye contact and looked at me. Just unfortunately for her, that bear's wanting to be a little more stop and go. We need to get him there in his foregrip and shoulder area to just get him out here and get him to catch another gear to work him up and work her up any higher in this particular class. The young man on the far side of the ring there is going to be 5. The young man here is going to be 6. 2 hogs there wanting to fight the outside surfaces. I didn't quite see him out here in the middle of the ring as often as I needed to. The young man we put in 6, I'd like to see him use a different utensil there and use the whip on that. That's kind of where we're at here in the ring. Give those kids a big round of applause as they're excused. A great job for their first time in the ring.
Poultry showmanship beginner 8 to 9-year-old first year showing show class 3 to table 4. Second call poultry
This is the first call for beginner 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. First call, beginner 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2.
The results for the beginner 10 and 11-year-old swine showmanship show class 2 are as followed. 5th place, Chase Smith. 4th place, Sadie Akers. 3rd place, Jay Keller. 2nd place, Amelia Greer. And winning the class was Michael Donnelly.
The results for poultry showmanship, beginner 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 2 at table 4 goes as follows. In 5th place, Della McIntyre. Please raise your hand when your name is called. In 4th place, Jovi Carney. In 3rd place, Judd Fitz. In 2nd place, Nora Soar. And in 1st place, Elena Stans. Congratulations.
Definitely the deepest class we've had in this particular division is showmen, and I think there's a few of them here that stick out to me on the top that need to go ahead and surface here to the top end of the class. And I think within that, I think I'm going to use, for me, the one that's been the smoothest from start to finish, the one that's got the most out of the drive there for their bear, and that's the young lady there in the orange shirt. She's going to win this particular class. You know, if I could change her, maybe I'd like to see her pick it up a gear and get that bear out and get him driving a little bit faster. And she too's one that wants to swat back and forth over top of that bear a little much for me. I'd like to tone her down in terms of her whip mannerisms, but I think what wins it for me is she's got the most out of this drive. She's kept that bear going the most in this particular class while maintaining some eye contact and some intensity with me. The young lady here in pink is a very close second, and boy, do I sure love her eye contact and her body language with me. You know, she does a very nice job of that, and I really appreciate it. Just for me, I wish that bear would get out and go and grab another gear. For me, in comparison to the young lady that goes ahead of her, he's a little more down-headed. He's a little more stop and go for there. I just wish that thing would get out, grab another gear, float across the ring in order to work her up here higher in this class. But that's a pair of very nice showmen here on the top end. The young lady directly in front of me with the calico bear is going to go 3. Another one good in terms of eye contact there and knowing where I'm at. Just in comparison to them two young ladies ahead of her, kind of gets lost in the crowd and not quite as assertive to get to that open spot in comparison to those two. But still, she does a very nice job. The young man there on the far side of the ring with the blue-eyed bear is going to go 4. Again, another showman that works very hard out there. I love his intensity. One for me, I'd like to change his whip so we'd have a little more control over that barrow. One for me, too. He kind of gets lost in the crowd a little bit, working a little too far away for me there in comparison to the young ladies that go ahead of him to sort him up any higher in this particular class. But still, I think he's doing a very nice job, working very hard at it for me. Today. 5th place for me is going to be this young lady here in kind of the dull orange reddish shirt. You know, think one that gives me some eye contact there, but again, one that works to the outside surfaces, one I don't quite see in front of me as much to work her up any higher in this particular class. Those that are not in the top 5, again, wanting to get floating into the crowd, wanting to get to the outside surfaces there and not quite separating themselves in the middle of the ring in comparison to their contemporaries that go ahead of them, but still doing a very nice job, working very hard for their first go-round out here at the county fair. Give all those kids a round of applause. Very good showman there on the top end.
This is the third and final call. Beginner 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2. Third and final call. Beginner 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 2.
The results for the beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 1 are as followed. In 5th place, Eden Imhoff. 4th place, Grayson Knuth. 3rd place, Chanel Wolf. 2nd place, Willow Madden. And winning the class was Kara Offenbecker.
First call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. First call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Second call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 3. Second call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 3. Third and final call for beginners 8 and 9-year-olds Swine Showmanship Class 3. Third and final call, beginners 8 and 9-year-olds Swine Showmanship Class 3.
Another fun group here to sit back and evaluate, and I think though within here there's one you got to gravitate towards to use in this particular class, and that's the young lady here in the green shirt, blue shirt out here to my left. I think she does the most consistent job of getting that bear drove around the ring there. Very good in terms of eye contact and knowing where I'm at. You know, for me at times she's looking at me so much she wants to creep up to the shoulder on that hog. I'm ever so critical about where my kids stand. I like to see them standing back here at the ham loin junction versus rocking forward on him so he can keep that barrow moving and going on the drive. But still, that's getting critical of a very nice showman to go ahead and win this particular class. Second's the young lady here in pink. For me, a killer in terms of eye contact. She's staring a hole through me right there, but at times that kind of works to her disadvantage. She's looking at me so much that bear's wanting to be a little more stop and go. And again, another one that wants to creep up on him a little bit too far there for me, and that bear's wanting to be a little stop and go, but I think she does a very solid job to be there in second place in this particular class. For me, the young lady here in orange in front of me is going to go next. I think one that works very hard at it, tries to keep that pig moving. One, I'd like to see her use a different whip so she has more control over that hog there. But still, in just terms of getting that hog moving and sticking with it, I think you got to slide her right there into the 3-hole. You know, from there it gets challenging because all of these kids are doing very good and working very hard on it. The other young lady here off to my left in the greenish shirt there is going to go 4. I appreciate how hard she's working at it there. Unfortunately for her, her partner's just not wanting to cooperate with her. She's giving me some good passes there. But again, one, I'd like to change her whip, and one, I'd like to see her have a little more control over that hog to work her up any higher in this particular class. 5 is the young lady here with the solid white barrow. Again, does a nice job working with it there. One that's not quite as aggressive enough to get that barrow moving and get him out here in the middle of the ring where I can see him. I like to just bring her in and give her just a little more punch in order to work her up any higher in this particular class. You know, the ones that fall out of the top 5 are ones we get lost on the outside surfaces, get lost in the crowd. Ones I'd like to see out here moving in the center of the ring just a little bit more in order to get them a place, and give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
First call for all beginner showmanship winners for juniors and beginners to report to the show ring for showman overall.
First call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 4. First call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship, class 4.
The results for the beginner 8 and 9-year-old swine showmanship class 2 are as followed. 5th place, Maggie Fyock. 4th place, Cora Riedel. 3rd place, Paisley Petrie. 2nd place, Ava Hansey. And winning the class was Kaylin Lees.
The results for poultry showmanship intermediate 12-year-olds show class 2 at table 2
Second call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4. Second call beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 4.
Nice class here to sort through, and I think when you get out here and evaluate them, there's one that when it's good, it's really good, and I think that's the young lady with the blue belted bearer. She's going to win this particular class. Like I said, she gives me some really good passes there. I love her poise and her body language. You know, from time to time, that bearer's wanting to get too fast on her, where he's wanting to get away from her just ever so slightly. I think maybe to me, he reads as one that just needs to be showed the whip and not touched with the whip there, because if she gets a little whippy on him, that's when he's wanting to catch a gear and want to get away from her there. But still a very nice, solid showman to win this particular class. Like I said, when it's good, it's real good. The young man here in the red shirt or dark maroon shirt here, I should say, is going to be second. Another one that rivals our class winner in terms of intensity and eye contact. Just for me, that bear's wanting to be a little more stop and go. I wish that pig would just catch a gear, just be more fluid out here. I wish he'd take a bigger, more wider turn at times. That bear wants to bunch up ever so slightly still, but I think a very nice showman to go ahead and be in second. The young man here with the blue bear is going to be three. Another one that works very hard at it for me here. Just kind of one that wants to float to the outside surfaces, one that you don't quite see as often as you do the other two showmen that go ahead of him, but still I think he's done a very nice job working at it. The young man here off to my right is going to be 4. The young man there in the orange is going to be 5. Two showmen that are working very hard at it. Just didn't quite have partners that wanted to get out and go and work with them, ones that I felt were too far away from me, too out in the crowd in order to work them up any higher in this particular class. You know, there's some showmen there that we're going to excuse, just didn't quite have the partner that wanted to work for them today. I'd like to change their whips and maybe a couple of them there. And like I said, just have partners that just didn't want to come out here and give them a good drive. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
Results for poultry showmanship beginner 8 to 9-year-olds. First year showing, show class 3 at table 4 goes as follows. In 5th place, Jake Troyer Fetters. In 4th place, Carol Way. In 3rd place, Austin Walker. 2nd place, Anna Brenner. And in 1st place, Olivia Brecker. Congratulations.
First call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. First call beginner 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. And at the conclusion of Show Class 5, we will have beginner champion drive for showmanship.
The results for beginners 8 and 9 Swine Showmanship Class 3 are as followed. In 5th place, Bronson Tooley. 4th place, Reed Beckel. 3rd place, Camden Keener. 2nd place, Ezekiel Klein. And winning the class was Collins Andrews.
Second call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Second call, beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Third and final call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5. Third and final call for beginners 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Class 5.
A very nice class to sort through here, and I think for me, the young lady in purple needs to win this particular class. I think of my initial trio, she's the one, when everybody's going one direction, she's sorting herself out and going another direction. She's a calm, cool, collected one. Maybe at times looks a little too far away from me, but just in terms of separating herself from the crowd and just moving effortlessly across the ring there, I think she goes ahead and gets the nod. The closer decision for me is between 2 and 3. Wordy to go. I think one's initial impression was a little bit stronger. I think one, kind of the longer they went, the better they got. So which way do you go? And I think for me, I'm going to stick with initial impressions and go ahead and use this young man here with the chromed up barrier to go second. I thought he came out of the gate pretty strong there. As the class wore on, I think he kind of got a little too relaxed. He kind of let that barrier get a little down-headed. He was a little slower and more stop and go as compared to the young lady that goes ahead of him there. But again, I think his initial impression out of the gate was good. I just wish we drove with that intensity throughout the entire class. The young man here in front of me with the belt bear, he's going to go 3. 1 in the beginning, I think I kind of lost him a little bit. He kind of floated into the crowd, and then as the drive wore on, he kind of picked it up and gave me some more intensity and eye contact. I wish his initial impression was just a little bit stronger there. I wish he just pulled himself a little bit more out of the crowd there in the beginning as comparison to the 2 young individuals that go ahead of me. The young lady here off to my left in the purplish shirt, pinkish shirt there is going to go 4. One that's working very hard at it out here. She's had some good passes and some good eye contact with me. Just unfortunately for her, that bear is wanting to fight the outside services. One that's not wanting to give her a good drive there, but still she's doing a very nice job and working very hard at it. The young man in the cowboy hat's going to go 5 again. Another one that hasn't gave up and is stuck with it out here. Just unfortunately for him, that mare is not wanting to work with him as much as those that go ahead of him wanting to fight at the outside gate there. I'd like to pull him to the center and give him more passes. Those that don't make the top 5, are ones for me that I need to see him out here in the middle of the ring. Didn't quite have partners that wanted to get it done for him today. Give those kids a round of applause as their excuse.
Seth Ream, your swine showmanship class will be entering the ring soon. Come to the ring if you are showing.
Swine Showmanship Class 4 are as follows. In 5th place, Kale Aiken. 4th place, Hannah Burns. 3rd place, Clay Zimmerman. 2nd place, Chad Reed. And winning the class is Chrislyn Tarleton.
Somebody needs to win by the end of the day, don't they? Okay, the parents say somebody has to win. Hey, I got it simple, that way it ain't my fault.
running away.
This is a third and final call for beginner division winners to report to the arena for the beginner division drive. Third and final call for the beginner division winners to the arena for the division drive.
A good class to end on here, and I think logically you got to tie into the young man here in the green shirt to win this particular class. He's the one that's kept the hog moving out here in the ring, been the most consistent from start to finish. Eye contact and intensity. If I get critical of him there on his turns and ever so slightly he's wanting to float to the other side of the pig and not keep him between me and him, but still that's getting critical of a showman there that's just got to win this particular class. I think from there it gets a little more challenging for me. Where do you go? I think I'm going to tie into eye contact next and use the young lady there in the red shirt. She's staring a hole through me there. Maybe sometimes plays too far to the other side of the ring. I like to pull her in a little bit closer to me, but I think she's done a very nice job sticking with it out here. And like I said, knowing where I'm at and always having some ring awareness there. I just wish that barrier would slow down for her ever so slightly so she'd have a little more control over it. But still, I think eye contact slides her into second. The young lady here in the white shirt's going to be 3, another one that works really hard at it, has awareness of where I'm at. Just didn't quite have the partner that wants to get out here and go for, wants to fight the outside surfaces, a kind of loser to the crowd. One that I wish I just had a little more control over that animal and had a little more out here in the center of the ring for me in order to work her any higher in this particular class. 4 is going to be the young lady there, kind of a flowered, multicolored shirt. 5 for me is going to be the young man here in the orange shirt. 2 showmen that have stuck with it out here the entire time. Just ones that didn't quite have partners that worked for them. The 2 young individuals here that didn't make the top 5. Same thing that can be said. Just ones their barriers are too slow or too fast, not the right pace to grab a pin out here, grab a placing out here. But they are doing a very nice job working at it there. Ones maybe like on her, I'd like to change her whip there so she has a little more authority over that bear. But again, young individuals that are working very hard and a great class to end on. Give them a round of applause as they're excused.
Division champion and reserve champion showman, please do not head up to the arena until we start calling you. We will make sure you have plenty of time to get up here. So for our division champions from senior, intermediate, and junior, please do not head up to the arena until we call for you.
The winner for the senior showmanship of the day is Evelyn Linden.
On the swine side, we are now going to show for our beginner division champion and reserve showman. Coming out of the beginner 8 and 9-year-old division, we have Kaylin Lees. Also, we have Claire Offenbacher. Also coming out of the 8 and 9-year-old beginner division, Collins Andrews. Out of the 10 and 11-year-old beginner division, Michael Donnelly. Coming out of the 10 and 11-year-old beginner division, Corbin Burchett. Coming out of the 8 and 9-year-old beginner division, Chris Lynn Tarleton. Also coming out of that division is Kyler Bollinger. Please put your hands together for these beginners as they show for champion and reserve champion beginner showman.
for the beginner 8 and 9-year-old Swine Showmanship Show Class 5 are as follows. 5th place, James Morris. 4th place, Elizabeth Lightfoot. 3rd place, Kylie Hirschberger. 2nd place, Avery Summerfield. And winning the class was Kyler Bollinger.
A very exciting group of kids to work through here in your final division. All beginners, all first-time showmen here, and the future's bright in Wayne County. I think all of these class winners represent each one of their classes very well. I think they sorted themselves out. And then when you get back here, you ask yourself, where are you going to go? There's not one that's had a perfect drive. And if you're watching me at all, I'm probably not a real good poker player because I let you know whenever they cross over behind me there. You can probably read it on my face when I see them cross behind the pig there. I think all of them, that's something I nitpick on in showmanship and something that I critique on, that they are making turns out here today. Please, not to cross over between me and the pig. And I think each one of them has made that mistake a time or two out here. So no one's had the flawless perfect drive. I think there's a trio of young ladies out here that sort themselves to the top for me. And you ask yourself, which ones made the fewest mistakes? Which ones remained the calmest? Which ones stayed, in the correct position on the hog and got the most out of their drive? And for me, I think the combination showman of my top trio in this particular division is the young lady here in the dark purple shirt. She's going to win this particular division. I think it's very hard for me, reserve, and then we don't actually have a third in this particular division because I think it becomes really close between a pair of them. I'm going to go ahead and give the young lady there in the orange shirt the nod for reserve. I think at Clash she was very, very strong and did a very nice job. Maybe out here, once we got him back out, she kind of floated into the crowd and wanted to creep up on him a little bit there. But still, I think one that was really good in terms of intensity and eye contact. And you can probably guess that the young lady here with the blue belted there is my honorary third. Man, when she's on, she's really on. I love that poise. I love that eye contact. I love that body language. Just unfortunately today, that bear's a little spooky on her, wants to get away from her from time to time. If you could catch a slower gear there more consistently, then certainly she can rival those top talk to, because I sure do love a lot of things about her. I just wish that bear would just relax ever so slightly, and maybe she could relax with her whip there to keep him in tune with her, but still a very nice showman to be my honorary third. Those that we dismissed, you know, they worked very hard out of here, represent their class as well. Just for me, you know, didn't quite have that intensity to get them drove. Give those kids a round of applause as they're excused.
The results for poultry showmanship, beginner 8 to 9-year-olds, first year showing, show class 1 at table 1 goes as follows. In 5th place, Tobias Steiner. In 4th place, Penelope Irving. In 3rd place, Andrew Neal. In 2nd place, Landon Chelsky. And in 1st place, Stefan Silverstein.
I didn't see him anywhere.
Your beginner division champion was Kristen Carlton, and your beginner reserve champion was Clara Offenbecker.
We will be showing for our premier swine showman in just a couple minutes. This is the first call for division champions and reserves to start making their way towards the arena. First call for the division champion and reserves to start heading to the arena. That is Kaden Scale, Brooklyn Tarleton, Sadie Way, Avery Andrews, Elliot Andrews, Brinley Bollinger, Chrislyn Tarleton, and Clara Offenbecker. We are now going to show for our Premier Swine Showman, Reserve Premier Swine Showman, and Top 8 Overall Swine Showman. First, we're going to parade out our reserves, and then we'll bring out our champions. Our reserve champion senior showman is Brooklyn Tarleton. She is a member of the Springville Country Club and is a senior at Triley High School and Wayne County Schools Career Center. And her hog today is Jerry B. Our intermediate division reserve champion is Avery Andrews. She is a 9th grader at Triley High School and a member of Springville Cowpokes. And she is driving her hog today, Benny. Our reserve junior showman is Brindley Bollinger. She is a member of Wayne County Cousins and is a 6th grader at Norway. And her pig's name is Honey. Coming out of our beginner division, we have Clara Offenbecker. She is a 4th grader at Orville and a member of Country Strong. And she's driving her hog, Hank. Put your hands together for these division reserves as they head to their pen. We are now going to bring out our champion division showman. Coming out of our senior division, our champion was Cadence Scale. She is a member of Buckeye Show and Grow, and she is driving her hog, Vegas. Coming out of the intermediate division, our champion was Sadie Way. She is a member of Wrangler Kids 4-H Club and is a 10th grader at Northwestern High School. And her pig's name is Bruno. Our junior division champion was Elliot Andrews. She is a 6th grader at Triley Middle School and a member of Springville Cowpokes. And her hog is Scooby-Doo. And coming out of our beginner division, our champion was Crystalyn Tarleton. She is a 4th grader at Triley Elementary and a member of Springville Country Club. And she is driving Cedric. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for Premier Swine Showman and Top 8 overall. Your judge for today was Tanya Fender. She is from Lynchburg, Ohio, where she grew up and is currently a business partner on her family farm. Fender Farms is a 60-head sow operation that sells show pigs year-round to 4-H and FFA exhibitors across the country. In addition, Tanya works for the WEG Group, also known as showpig.com, assisting with everyday business operations as the accounts receivable specialist. She is a graduate of Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois, and the Ohio State University with a bachelor's degree in agricultural communications. She was a competitive member of both livestock judging teams. Tanya has shown pigs all over the nation and was a member of the National Junior Swine Association Board of Directors, the National Junior Swine Association 4-H and FFA programs. When not in the barn or at a show, Tanya enjoys spending time with her corgis Jagger, Ruby, and Ellie Ray, and riding her horses with her friends. Please put your hands together for today's swine judge, Tanya Fender.
Our poultry showmanship for junior showman of the day, the winner is Ryan Johnson.
not one that's super windy on grand drive speeches, kind of black and white, and this is what it is. That's kind of how I talk to them, you know, in class. This is what I'm looking for, and here's where I approve. No foo-foo and no fluff for me. What you see is what you get here, and that's the kind of type that I stand beside, you know, and that's the way I sort them when I get the mic, get the opportunity to do this. You know, my grand drive speech is always, you don't know what you're out here with. You know, you don't know what the future holds for these kids. You know, we could be out here with doctors and lawyers and future politicians that might not go back and work in the agriculture industry for the rest of their lives. And I challenge each one of you guys ringside, you know, we have to make this a positive experience for the kids. We have to, because, you know, like I said, those kids who don't go back to agriculture, we have to say, hey, when I was younger, I was in 4-H, I was in the livestock industry. That was a positive experience for me, and be advocates for this industry and what we do here, whether that's where their job lands them or not. And that's what I preach and say all the time. You know, we got to challenge ourselves to make it better for these kids, make this a positive experience and a stepping stone for them for the rest of their life, whether they come back and raise pigs or be involved or not. You know, I want to make sure, you know, that we all push these kids to be better humans out here in the world, through the agriculture industry and through the livestock industry, and that's really what we do, why we do what we do each and every day. You know, I got a couple thank yous to say and a couple additions to my speech. You know, it's a busy time of year. We're breeding at home and everything, and I'm here today because my mom stayed home. I left her a long list of sows she had to breed this morning because I wasn't going to be there, and I left a long list for my uncle that stepped in and helped her get the sows bred for me. You know, without my mom staying home and making those sacrifices for our family, I wouldn't be able to be here and stand in the ring and do something that I take pride in and I love so much. I love showmanship when I was in it, and I sure do love coming back here as an adult to sort it. So I want to say a special shout out to my mom for staying home and giving up time for her, because she's the lone ranger at home, because I'm here judging a hog show, doing what I love, and my dad's in New Mexico elk hunting, doing what he loves. So my mom had to stay home and hold down the fort for us for a day or two, so that we can get things done that we need to at home. And I just want to say how much I appreciate her, and again, what I'm getting at there is thank the people that are in your corner. You know, thank the people that help you get the day-to-day done. Thank the people, your parents, your helpers, whoever it is. Thank the people that push you harder and give you the opportunity to do this. Because without our support system at home, a lot of us wouldn't be able to do what we do and be successful at whatever we put our hearts to. And then one more thing, you know, tell the people that you love them. I have an uncle that's more like a grandpa to me, and I told him I loved him on Friday, and he's had some health issues, and he's continued to decline. And when I got here today, I got a text that said they're calling in the family. So Friday was the last time I'll probably ever get to tell him I love him. I know that he knows I love him, but just make sure that you tell your people you love them, because you don't know when the last time you're going to get to do that is. And that's something I'm not an emotional person, but I'm getting emotional thinking about that might be the last time I ever got to talk to him. So if you remember anything from this speech, tell the people that help you thank you, and tell the people that you love them, because you never know when it'll be the last time you'll have that opportunity to do so. I think before we tie into your top 8 showmen here, I'll give it a round of applause and a thank you to the ring staff, the crew here, Cameron taking pictures. It's a thankless job. It's a long week. Make sure that you tell them thank you for all they do and all the work and the effort they put in to make this place go round. You know, as we get out here, you guys can fire them back up. You know, as we get out here, your showmen were top-notch, top to bottom. Everybody worked very hard at it. Everybody was respectful. Everybody did the best that they could do with the situations that they were presented today with their animals. And I think each one of these representatives do a very nice job at it. Just for me, when we get out here and we tie into our champion showman, I think from the word go, I think there's one that's been ultra smooth and flawless, always hitting the open spots, always being where I can see them there. I don't know if they've made a misstep or two. They're aggressive in terms of getting that thing drove, but yet they make it look so effortlessly, and I don't think that you can deny. I'm talking about the young lady here in the peach shirt. She's going to win today. Give her a round of applause.
Your premier swine showman is Cadence Scale. That's going to drop out your reserve senior showman, Brooklyn Tarleton.
Once again, thank you guys for having me today. I always love sorting through showmanship and getting the opportunity to work with kids anywhere I can. Again, thank the ring staff and the crew here for sticking with me and working with me all day. This will be the last time I'll grab the mic here as I name 2 and 3. I think that's where it gets close. I think there's a pair of showmen that do a very nice job out here, rivaled our champion showman. For me, I think one just has the edge in terms of smoothness. The young lady here with the blue bear is going to be reserved. The young lady here in the blue shirt is going to be third. We're going to keep dropping them out and get you a top 8 there. Give all these kids a big round of applause.
Your reserve premier swine showman is Sadie Way. That's going to drop out Avery Andrews. Third overall is Brooklyn Tarleton. Fourth overall is Elliot Andrews. That's going to drop out Brindley Bollinger. Fifth overall is Brindley Bollinger. Sixth overall, Avery Andrews. Seventh overall, Chrislyn Tarleton. And eighth overall is Claire Offenbecker. Please put your hands together for all of these exhibitors.
quite a few, we need to play it. Well, yeah, because they have one from each class. So a lot of the one I had before was really over the top. Karen was taking the money for him. They're on another guy next week and yeah, come on.
Do you know what they're playing for?
Chickens tomorrow morning.
I don't know. Where did David go? Why nobody here?
you'll say.
Can't be that hard to find.
He said Aiden Poker is out there.
What's your favorite? He's lying to you. Child labor laws.
You're lying? As you can tell, I'm good at following law. I told him I'm getting $20 Saturday when I get paid.
He just told me the people that work here was going to pay him. Ow! You're never going to see that $20.
Don't tell him that.
I gave you $20.
Why owe you $20?
From that time I sent you money from Circle, it's not too long ago.
That was $10. How you going to figure that was $20?
Because there's interest on everything I loan people.
It's interesting. It's interesting if you get your money back.
That's why I put interest on. I don't know. He's coming in here to look for you.
He was just here. I told you. He asked where he was. I said on the bleachers. He looked right at him and walked away.
Oh, so now he's lost. Just
Yeah.
Are you sure you're going to I got to go.
Huh? Hey, Crystal. Hey, come here. Whenever you see one of the cops, go to one of the cops and tell me you need help. Tell them someone's pig's got out.
Hey, y'all want to help? Now who's going to sweep the ground? because he's ready to go ride hard.
He can go out.
Then how am I going to find you?
Here, have you go.
Here, don't scratch.
Those are great flavors, though. What, Mickey? They're great flavors. Mickey.
that for you. I don't know where you can stick it. Like, you'd be a janitor. going to animal camp. cart. I was like, hey, anyway.
We're just going to look at the bunnies. We'll see ya.
What are you gonna get?
You're not even like, she hasn't. She's always wrong.
attacked by a rooster.
It fell right there.
Yeah, he's a stoner.
Chicken. Hi. You can have a
can see if they can pick it.
rush and then when they come in, yes, we're going.
That's why I hang out in here all the time. all the time. And I always give them a hug when I see them.
We're gonna watch one. Are you ready?
It's a legendary name. Like, who doesn't even get some Yeah.
Switched to Boy Scouts and she switched to
She told me that. She told me on TV. That's crazy. I've got to do this. I need to. I don't know. I feel like I can't get mad at her because that's just her way of trying to get what I just find out. To be fair, she's hanged out with more people use this. They like this stuff.
Nobody stays out there at all.
Yeah, but Grayson won't be there.
No one out there. Was he Mariah?
They're back at his house. I asked him about that. He said too.
I just opened it. No.
Why is it so?
I just saw that. Oh, I got a goodie bag from my chiropractor.
How did you know?
Because they're all over the world.
So I guess I'm seeing it. On Thursday. No, she's got my hair. I don't know how she didn't see it. She's like meanie but my dad. Tell me it's not a little weird. No. Yes. I don't have anyone else to watch it, right? Tell me it's not weird that he already got him that.
Okay, that is weird. I didn't even get that. He's never like this. He's acting like to yourself when it's like this. But yeah, I feel like
I got her one for.
Dale, viene buena.
Hey. So you know, don't some people sell like the fancy drinks that anymore?
Maybe. I don't know. This is my first.
Oh. Alright. How old is this guy?
Like a few months old. Born in March.
Alright. I want to buy one of these things. I think they sell them here sometimes, like the older ones. I think I want to buy this stuff. I just want to. Does it have 5 toes?
Maybe.
Yeah, it does. What at the bottom? No. Oh, you're doing it. No. Oh.
You can get the eggs for like $5 at Tractor Supply.
Oh, really? And they use hot chocolate.
But you do need to buy them after days. Sometimes I already have the chicks though.
What's his name?
This is Muffin.
Is that Is that a fancy Muffin?
Yeah.
Man, boy, I think it's tough.
We have orphans.
I have a Muffin. I got turkey. That's it.
You have good day. She said she broke up. He broke up with her.
Stop laughing.
Oh yeah, I didn't say your name. I didn't say your name. I said, hey, I was talking to somebody. I didn't say your name. She's like, just tell me. You did tell me. No, she's. I swear she. I wouldn't have guessed. I wouldn't have. I'm not. I wouldn't have. You would say. Yeah. Yeah. So I said yeah. You would say.
Oh, that makes sense. That's how you work.
I said they said. Oh, I didn't say just.
She's not mad at you. He's bored, right?
No, the only thing I said, I didn't say like that. The only thing I asked about was like how you said that she said that I was Korean. That's the only thing I asked about. She said I think she might have misunderstood me because I said I was Korean.
Okay, she can't be mad about that.
And I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that she cried after the I didn't know that. So.
I asked her to cry. Don't worry about it.
No, not with.
I don't know, man. And I'm like, well, I can't take a
Oh yeah, he was wanting to hang out with you. Have you?
Yeah. I can't take a crap now.
Hey, how's it going over there?
Yeah, no, he was like, yeah, did you win? And he's like, yeah, did you win? And he's just, I'm like, yeah, and he's like, I'm like, dude, kids relax, you can talk, it's like, this
Dude,
is
I've been doing. I'm not as speech anymore. I'm not as speech anymore.
I've never been too shy. I can't. I don't care. Like, why would I care? As soon as watching you keep directing in front of me, it doesn't matter. I'm the size I am. What? Why would it bother you? You're gonna care. Like, seriously, if you love me, then you love me.
Because of the
Maybe they changed it. It's been a few years.
Yeah, it's been a few years. Hey, by the way,
something about this.
Spicy chicken?
Thank you.